to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Don't give it
right, fam. Ooh, child, I'm about to start it over again. I still ain't got used to this screen. All right, family, welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is October 6th. Whew. Energy is speeding up. We have a great show planned for you. Hold on, let me turn on the recording because I'll be the main
recording
one with
in
attitude.
progress.
We are actually on episode 25 of our series, The Age of Aquarius, with Brother Odel. So if you haven't joined this series, the purpose of this series was a couple folds. It was to, number one, explain what the Age of Aquarius, we heard all this talk about the new age of Aquarius, switching from 2012, etc., etc. So we kind of wanted to go over what that really meant from a spiritual perspective, give you more insight into what the astrological clock means, how it relates to energy. Brother Odel even went in deep to kind of give you the total history on how those things came into play. So from an esoteric standpoint, as well as from an actual historical standpoint, what went on the planet. So if this is your first time catching us on this particular series, I highly encourage you to go back to the beginning of the series and get some of those earlier episodes. All right. So shout out to Brother Odel. He is our brother / cousin from the UK. So he's on a different time, quote, time zone, 7 or 8 hours ahead of us on the East Coast. So we're respectful of his time. If he can join us, he joins us. And if not, we catch up with him when we catch up with him. So with that said, let me send a shout out to the fam. Shout out to son Scotty. Good to see him back. I know he's been working and doing different things. Shout out to Pushina. Shout out to Sis Thelma. Shout out to, I thought I saw Helenice in the house. Shout out to Sis Copper Color. Good to see you, sis. Yep, there go Helenice. Shout out to Sis Alicia. Shout out to Engine Girl. Gal, sending you hugs and kisses, beloved. And then shout out to Sis Sandra, my hostess in the house. All right, fam. And then shout out to the YouTube family watching. All right, fam. So we're going to get started. Child, I'm just beat down to the ground, around the corner, up the side. Been a busy week. But nonetheless, we're going to keep it moving. So let me bring on Sis Sandra. Okay. Sis, there you go. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda, and to the family and Brother Scotty.
How are you, sis?
Great. How about yourself?
I'm
I
good.
said you.
Huh?
Oh, good. I thought you said you were beat down.
I am. I'm tired. Don't get me wrong. I am. But, you can always get caught up on your sleep, this, that, and the other. But good to hear your voice, sis.
Good to hear yours, too.
Good. You get your car and stuff straight?
Oh, yeah. I just picked it up from the shop that day, so.
Okay.
He came and brought it to me.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
so I just had to drive him back.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so
deal.
it was done when I went.
Okay.
It was just a battery.
Oh, that's nothing. Okay.
And a little this, no, it was a little other things with the battery particularly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna get started. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery this week? I know you do.
Of course.
California, I'm giving y'all funky ass a break.
Of course.
I haven't gotten on they shit yet.
Oh my gosh. California is pitiful.
I know.
But it's really pitiful. But I like to say that our border is crazy. There's about 5 million that came in and some unaccounted for, And they got about 17 buses, the Democrats, to put there, waiting for them to come so they could bus them across the country. Because, they're using them, of course, to get them license and driver's license and to be able to vote. So they want them to vote Democratic, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So they got 17 buses waiting on the border, one of the border towns, to take all the aliens when they get in. I said, whoa. DeSantis sent 50 to Martha's Vineyard, and they had a cow. So
yeah, I think Sis Nonia sent me something too on that. Where don't start me with my laughing fit.
It was funny to me. I was rolling. But it is a sanctuary city on top of it.
Right. I mean, Martha's Vineyard, and it just sets me off because I can't imagine just getting up in the morning, you doing your morning routine, and you either look out your window or step on your front porch. And somebody standing these people standing in your yard.
You know what Pelosi said?
Let me tell you something. Go ahead, sis.
Pelosi said that they should keep them to pick their crops. I said,
you know what? No, ass. Wait, say that.
Yes,
don't be lying on that lady. Sis.
I am not lying. You should keep them and let them pick your crops.
You know what? I can't.
That's some cold stuff, isn't it? Huh?
I can't because you know what? I'm not finna lie with the folks being dropped off at Mella's, which is Carmela Harris, y'all.
Oh yeah, another load
That's
just
what
went
sets
there.
me the fuck off. I would have been like, "What the fuck? May I help you?"
That's probably what you did too.
Ain't speaking no damn English, and somebody got to translate. They've been dropped off. Baby, by who? We was in Texas, blah, blah, blah.
They just had another cropping dropped off at my bus today or yesterday or something.
Wait a minute. They dropped another load off?
Yeah, I just read that, I think.
From where?
Today. From Texas, from the border.
See, I would have had to call the governor, what's his face, motherfucking ass. What the fuck you doing? We would have had to have an argument about that, but oh my God, that sets me off every time.
San Francisco is a sanctuary city as well. So I think they delivered.
And San Fran don't need no more people.
They don't
absolutely, because they shitting in the streets and it's
doing
wild.
Drugs
it's wild in San Fran.
You can't walk it down the streets. People put rocks on the sidewalk to keep the people from, camping on the sidewalks in front of their stores and stuff like that. And then that nuisance is planning on running for president. He said he wasn't, now he is. I said, oh my God, help the world.
You know what? America, we about tired of California. I ain't finna sit up here and lie. We tired of Cali. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm tired of Cali too.
We
be
tired.
Honest with you, I'm like,
tired.
It's really bad. My gas is $6.09 because I do this 91 premium.
Yeah,
and it's $6. Yeah, $6.09 a gallon. And then, other places are way more than that. They're $8 and something. When you go to Chevron and Mobil and stuff like that.
Oh, is that, you mean in California?
Yes, ma'am. Honey, it's time to get a bicycle.
I don't see how y'all do it. And I like the weather and, of course, the plants and all of that and the ocean, but I can't do it, y'all.
Well, see, what I do is, I wait until I'm at about a quarter tank of gas or almost, past half, and buy the same amount I bought last time. And if it don't get all the way up, so be it. But it's just that I don't add to it. I don't, if I get $60 gas, I do it before it gets low, so it does not hurt you in the pocketbook that bad when you fill it back up because you're using the same amount of money you did before. It's just a conservative method.
It's bad, and for the people that have to rip and run their children back and forth different places, because I know people that fill up 2-3 times a week just from, going back and forth to work and running
Yeah,
their
they do.
babies back and forth to school and activities.
They have them SUVs too, you know.
Yeah. I mean, but if you have children and they got activities and stuff, most are going to have SUVs. And
Yeah. I don't know if Georgia's, Helen Gates asked if is Georgia a sanctuary state. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But Martha's Vineyard is. They got a city around me that is, and then they have San Francisco that is. And they don't have resources to be a sanctuary city. And their legislature votes this stuff in. And I don't understand how they do that when they don't have resources to do it. Now, I understand in Martha's Vineyard, they did theirs because they was trying to look good. Because
that was Sis Rachel. Shout out to Sis Rachel that sent me this article about
Martha's.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
And then they shipped them out within a couple of hours to the Army base.
I mean, can you imagine? You think you going to a country to, get you a job or whatever to be able to support yourself and your family and send some money back home, and you just keep getting bussed from one place to another, and then you wind up on an Army base?
Well, the problem is there's a way to get in the country. And being in California, we get lots of people who snuck in, and we get the real ones who do pick the wood. I mean, the crops, the wood. I almost said cotton. I changed my mind.
Right.
They come in as migrant workers.
Right.
And they want to pretend that these are migrant workers. These are people who jumped the line of immigration requirements and got in. They're bringing in fentanyl. There's like people dying every 8 minutes or every 7 minutes. About 700 or 800 people are dying from fentanyl. The people are trying not to take the kids out trick or treat because the fentanyl is made like little candies now. They have them colored like candy. So it's increasing the death rate of children and those who are hooked to drugs. And they're bringing it in.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
China, they believe, is the culprit of that because it's made in China and shipped in through Mexico.
What be killing me, child, when they be talking about just the whole war on drugs and stuff and all that, they just so full of shit because they know exactly what's coming in. They know, what drug is going to be the drug of choice because it's an underground market.
El Chapo said that it is the politicians.
Wasn't he a government informant, or am I?
No. That was the one that was doing the drug running. They put in prison.
Right, I remember. I saw the little Netflix.
And
his ass, but
he said it's the politicians on both sides of the border that's running the whole thing. Yeah, and that's why they don't cut down on them coming with the drugs because obviously they're getting cuts at high places.
I'm sorry.
Also on a timeline, just like the technology.
Yeah.
All I can say is that that book, by Gary Webb, that who got quote quote he supposedly and allegedly took himself out.
Dark Alliance.
Thank you. Dark Alliance.
Yeah, that
I'm telling y'all, read the book. It's worth the read. And if I want to keep it real, I think my brother gave me that book. And he was working on a project and he gave me the book because he don't read like that I do. And when I got through it, it was so good. I bought a copy and I sent it to my aunt. She read it and she was like, "Oh my God." I'm like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, we talked about that, didn't we?
It gives you the game, y'all. It totally gives you the game. And through his research, he ran the crack cocaine era all the way up to the White House. Do y'all understand that? He gave you the game on how they really do things. All of his research, it was traceable, how they was moving the stuff, how the connects were being made, all of that stuff. And of course, the one that went to jail was the melanated man, Freeway Ricky Ross. That's the one who really went to jail behind it all. So even the his Colombian connections, they were already and I don't know this for sure. Shit, I'm just basing it on what the little book said. But in the book, the connections were already connected in with the Alphabet Boys. They were already informants. So,
ley lines.
What you say?
Oh no, I just be like seeing the similarities and stuff. I'm like, they already got the narrative. They already got the ley lines. It's already set up.
Exactly.
All right.
So long story short, you're not fooling me. Any type of like phase of a drug craze that comes out, they already know about it. They know the origins of it. They know how the stuff is being moved, all of that. So I just be looking at them sideways, like all of these, pharmaceutical pills being hooked on that shit. We know where it came from.
Of course.
So they can just stop with the lying. And matter of fact, we're going to go over Biden just pardoned people being convicted of weed. We'll go over that. But go ahead, sis.
Well, our vaccines come out of China. So, seriously, do you really want to take their things? But they're talking about, that Trump was talking about the Ping dude, Jason Ping, whatever his name is. He talked to him about his drug problem they have in China. And and he said, the president of China, he said, we don't have no drug problem. But I know back in the past, they had a big heroin problem.
Who, China?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that was flooded in, damn it, I forgot.
Vietnam?
Yeah, well, Nam, they was running dope from Nam over here through the military. Just like in Dark Alliance, old boy kind of said how they was running cocaine through here via the military.
Yeah, like that one movie with Denzel, Frank White.
Yeah.
Coming in the caskets and shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So they already show you, and then when cryptocurrency first hit the block back in 2008, which now we know it was just a test ground
to see if they can do it.
Yeah, it was a test ground for what is about to happen with the currency and financial markets and all of that. But nonetheless, they tested it out underground.
Yeah.
That's how they were washing money. Okay?
Laundry.
And so supposedly and allegedly, I don't know. I'm just saying supposedly and allegedly, even the alphabet agencies were doing the same thing.
I heard they doing worse than that. So on the 7th floor, but Trump was speaking at one of his rallies, and he said that the Chinese president said they don't have any problems anymore with the drugs because if they find out he asked him why. He said if they find out that you brought drugs into the country, they have a quick trial. And when they have that quick trial, then you dead. They execute
So they execute you.
Yeah, so Trump is proposing it when he gets back in office, if he gets back in office, the death sentence.
Now, I don't agree with that because
there's a lot of folks doing it.
It's not so much that. It's just the fact that, just like the people that's going to jail for it, it's not the source of where it's coming from. So I'm not in agreement with that.
Well, that's what
the people that's supposed to be legislating it and policing it is the one that's organizing it and making it run around. So
yeah, like Ronald Reagan. Yeah, that's
right. So, because I mean, people forget that. What do they think that Oliver North trial was about? It was about arms. It was about them getting arms, but how were they getting those arms? They were getting it through the drug trade. And what drug trade? You mean the crack cocaine era? That the alphabet agency, starting with a C and then with an A, literally started that whole entire era that fucked up a generation from the 80s through the 90s to the early 2000s, and people are just coming up off of it only for fentanyl, heroin, and such and so, etc.
But you know, he has to take that stuff in consideration. I think he's fair enough to do that.
Yeah,
because he understands the nuances of the game. He knows the game. Yeah, he knows the game. But anyway, that's what they're doing now with that fentanyl. I saw a man on Dr. GMD. You know, she was a forensic scientist, a mortician, a coroner, and one brother had pain, and he in his shoulder or something, and his wife would put a patch of fentanyl on his chest every night, and she put a patch on his chest every night, prescribed, and that patch was defective, and it killed him.
Wait a minute. I thought, I don't be keeping up with these drugs, y'all.
Oh, it's been a while ago. It's been a while ago.
But what I was just going to ask, I thought fentanyl was the horse tranquilizer thing. Is that not what it is? Am I mixing drugs up?
It's a pain med.
Is it for animals, sis?
No, that's ketamine.
Oh shit! One of the means.
Thank you.
Because what did Michael Jackson die from? I thought he died from.
Oh no, that's propofol.
Propofol. That's the one they killed me on.
I thought that was fentanyl. Okay.
No. That's the one they did me in on propofol.
Propofol, that pain one, you can't inject by yourself. So they was like, we know somebody injected Michael with this because as soon as it hit your veins, you out.
You are, and you may be out permanently, because that's basically you stop breathing, your heart enlarges, everything goes crazy.
Was fentanyl, but is it which one is that? If you get like a pin drop, your ass is out. Is that fentanyl or am I?
That's fentanyl.
Okay,
that's the stuff that's being laced with a lot of the party drugs and the coke, and you see like a lot of the celebrities like, oh, they fentanyl overdose. Like, how is you a celebrity? You supposed to be having access to the good drugs.
Right, to the good drugs. So they mixing it in the coke?
Yes, ma'am.
Child.
And they splicing it within, ecstasy pills and stuff. Like, like how they used to do heroin and stuff. Like yeah.
I don't know how y'all fucking around, boy. Woo! Okay.
It's like Russian roulette, right? You take a gun, put one bullet in there, and just spin the chamber and then pull the trigger. So that's how they got their life, like Russian roulette. I'll take a chance. It's the same with crack cocaine. Well, if I hit it just once, I'm sure I can overcome it. No.
Yeah, but they knew back in the 80s that crack was very, very highly addictive. That's what I'm saying. Read Dark Alliance. They got it all laid out in Dark Alliance because they were rocking it up in South America, and they knew it was highly addictive from that. And then the Connect showed Freeway and them people how to rock it up, but they knew that it was addictive out there.
They knew it. I was trained that they knew it. So they told us
Yeah,
about
because
it.
then we know that these drugs, not only is they being circulated and trafficked by certain ones, is being like cooked up in their labs by them. And this is where we see the intersection of not just this trafficking of these drugs, but the intersection into the biological warfare.
True.
And, you know, specific communities, it's like, yeah, we wanted this drug to take over, and we wanted to have a certain type of social engineering effect by releasing these drugs.
Yeah, because even Sis Copper says they gave me fentanyl in the hospital before for pain.
Yeah, they
And
can fix the thing.
what's the one, sis, where they got everybody in like West Virginia strung the fuck out on? It's a pharmaceutical drug. And the one conservative dude had wound up getting strung out on it. He passed since he wound up passing recently.
Hydrocodone?
Oxycontin.
Oxycontin.
Yeah, Oxycontin.
The oxys.
Oxy. Yeah, just like, and you know, Oxycontin, the FDA kept approving that bullshit.
And it's bad for you. And they always try to give it to you.
It's highly
You have-
addictive. Highly,
It-
I mean, it screwed up West Virginia. Hulu did a
Starting off with the kids.
yeah.
You know, you get your kids in these therapies and putting them on these meds and stuff. You freaking 13, 14 years old, fucking taking oxycodone and Prozac and this and that. They already introduced it
Just
to
gone.
you like it's
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
if you're an American Indian, you got a gene that if you take those kind of things, it'll really do you in.
Right. Well, to be honest, we got to watch how we
Percocet,
drink
yes.
alcohol if we really want to be truthful.
Yeah, all of that
Because
stuff.
I be looking at people like I can hold my liquor, and I be like, where?
And you be
I be
feeling
looking
drunk
at
as
them like,
skunks, right?
you fucked up. Where? I'm not saying.
It's funny.
They be the main one. Oh, I could drink. La 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 la. Where? Oh, okay. If you say so. But yeah, Rush Limbaugh. Yeah, his ass. I think yeah, because he wind up checking up out of here. Was it a year or two ago? But yeah, his ragla ass had got strung out, this, that, and the third. But it decimated all of West Virginia, Ohio, because you know Ohio backs up to West Virginia. And you drive through those West Virginia towns, because sometimes I have to go to West Virginia for work. Yeah, that shit, you be like, damn, it looks like straight up ghost town. And even here in Ohio, it's so bad, y'all, that it reminds me, and people that, you know, don't live here or whatever, when I be trying to explain to them, I'm like, and they can't visualize it. I'm like, it's so many homeless white people. You see them doing a dope fiend lean. They out
leaning right on the front porch, right on the stoop.
Fiend lean. I'm like, God damn, are you gonna fall? Just gonna lay on down on the curb. Damn, you leaning, ain't falling. But they're literally out on the curb, like on the corners, begging for money. They're walking around like zombies. I said literally, yeah, it reminds you of the crack cocaine era when you saw people on the street like that, except this time the face is white. Now, I'm not saying that black folks aren't doing it too here, because they are, and they're overdosing just like the white people are overdosing. There's a lot of the black
there too
here that's overdosing. But here in Ohio, that shit, it's bad here. It's real bad here with that dope, the pills and the fentanyl and all of that. But that started with the pharmaceutical stuff, you know, coming out of West Virginia and then Ohio and all of that. So nonetheless, they know what's going on, fam.
It's
they know exactly
purposeful. It's purposeful. And you can look at the ESG, the economic, social, what is that? governance situation.
Form.
Huh?
Oh no, I said I know. I was like, did the F stand for form?
Yeah, they want to make you dead. They're not gonna let you eat beef. They're gonna make you have electric cars. They're gonna make you when you get sick, they're gonna not give you transplants. They're gonna make you one, with their technology, and you're just gonna be little robots. But these little things they're doing, like the drugs, the immigrants coming across the border, having no borders, having this inflation that's wiping out this country. All of this is purposeful. It's a plan. They have a rule book what they're going to do to this world, so their people, the elite, can run this world.
Well, they're already running it. They
are.
They don't have to.
But they're
institute that
switching.
plan to run it from their perspective. This is just my take.
It's just to keep the motherfuckers in consent. Like, we need to keep them locked down, to keep siphoning the energy off, to keep the system going, because that's the only reason why we still in this bitch doing it.
Yeah,
Right.
It's definitely that. And then you have to think of it from another perspective too. It's like, if you are susceptible to getting strung out, you don't need to be here. You're weak.
Well, it's the same thing as wearing a mask all the time. If they can convince you to wear a mask all the time, they got you a subjective, they're getting into your head and you are submissive. So, and if they can get you to take that hoochie coochie, which is a BIO weapon, they got you. If you submit to their agenda, that's what they're trying to do, make everybody submit. So like they're herding animals into the pens, basically.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
Oh no, I was just saying culling the herd.
Culling the herd, you got it. And then they're gonna put you in your little 8x10 cell, and you're gonna get one of them big old virtual reality things on your head, and you're gonna sit there and play your games and have a good time. And they're gonna take care of you, feed you if you do a good thing. And this is what they're saying it. They had a thing on Davos and the World Economic Forum.
Yeah, I got something on them tonight too. On the World
and that dude at the World, he is not even a medical doctor and telling folks to take the hoochie coochie. I said, What? He said, you got two arms. Why not take the flu on one side and the hoochie coochie on the other? I said,
I'm not accepting no call-in, so I'm removing that.
I was just about to say.
No, sorry. Every time I do it, no offense to you. And I'm tired tonight. No offense to you, Z. I'm not for it tonight. So I'm sorry, because every time I go head on and give somebody a chance, they get up here and clown.
And we spent an
I'm not
hour.
saying that you're gonna do it, but I just not in the mood. My motherfucking nerves too bad.
Yeah, we spent an hour trying to console.
Yeah, shit. My nerves is bad. All right, so let me get to the Martha's Vineyard. Sis, shout out to Sis Rachel. She was the one that sent me this. So I want to get to this. Then I want to talk about Biden and pardoning everybody with the weed, this, that, and the third. So let's get to it.
Somebody should watch the movie My Son Hunter on .com. You're gonna find out a lot. They got a movie out there.
Oh Lord. Somebody put a documentary out on old boy's son.
Yeah, about the laptop. MySonHunter.com.
Okay. All right, so this is off of Fox News. Shout out to Sis. It came out a couple weeks ago. Shout out to Sis Rachel. And this is Martha's Vineyard residents lack of resources, even as island is flush with cash and beds. So let's go to this. And contrary to popular belief, Martha's Vineyard, which is now like prime property, used to be melanated people used to be on that island in the mix back up in the day. But let's see what's going on here. All right, here we go. Oh, hold on, y'all. Let me try to. I'm trying to get in the habit of make sure that I tape it on the Zoom too. In case YouTube gets sick of me. And I got my little copy. So, all right. Here we go.
Ready to start eating healthier?
They would have a commercial.
Meet Cashapp.
Damn it, I don't want your commercial.
Cashapp is
Hurry up with it. Shit. Okay, here we go.
If you want to fix a problem,
I was wondering that's part of it because they always put us up there to do their thing.
Coming over, I have no issue with that, but there's a process, there's a
propaganda
path that you should follow, and follow that documented process and procedure for coming over.
Okay. Do you think this gave people on the island a taste of what's going on in border towns at a exponential level at all?
Yeah, I don't see how it could, no, but I
do you think the islanders could have done more to? I mean, the people were here for less than 2 days.
Yeah.
And gone. Could the islanders have done more to
I think they could have. I don't know what exactly that is, but being here for 48 hours, maybe they could have done a little more. But just like with most things, it's dump it over the fence, I guess.
Yeah.
It's make it someone else's problem.
So they say there was a housing shortage here. Martha's Vineyard has the greatest percentage of vacation homes in America. I looked it up from the National Realtors Association.
All right.
Do you think they could have housed them here, found work for them here? Or?
Yeah, I'm sure they could have.
Yeah?
I'm sure they could have, yeah. But obviously that's not what happened. But I guess any town could have housed them for a longer period of time. I'm not sure what the right approach is. Should they have? Maybe, maybe not. But the fact of the matter is they didn't. But could they have? Yeah, I'm sure they could have.
Do you think the people on the island could have found housing for the migrants?
Well, I think if it came, down to it, they probably would have tried, but there's a housing shortage here to begin with.
Okay. There's a housing shortage. There's also a lot of vacation homes. There's more vacation homes here than any place in America. Do you think?
Right. But over there, they have a big facility. They could handle thousands of people over there.
Okay. Are you worried that people say, hey, they sent these people to Martha's Vineyard and Martha's Vineyard got rid of them?
No, we didn't get rid of them. We took care of them.
Okay.
I think getting rid of them is a little harsh.
Okay.
And I think people, came forward and did the best they could to help them out. And knowing that they weren't going to stay here forever.
Isn't Martha's Vineyard better than some border town?
It is, but this is not like the best place for them to start fresh because there's no place to live here. There's housing is bad, and
there's more vacation homes here than anywhere in America. 55% of the homes here are vacation homes.
I did not know that.
The Biden administration has been sending immigrants by the tens of thousands to cities all over America. Is that not good too? Is that
absolutely not good?
Okay.
That's just, I could use a few expletives, but I can't. I don't think.
What's the solution to the problem? I mean, how do we? Because
listen. Now you're asking the big questions. I don't know the solution. I have no idea what the solution is.
I think if they're here initially and we can help them, by all means. We certainly can't stretch our services. But we'll do the best that we can. That's what we do as a community.
There are people who said, why didn't the island take care of the migrants themselves? Why not keep them here on island instead of some of them off island?
I really couldn't comment on that. There's probably people who made those kinds of decisions, and I think they probably made good decisions.
All right, fam. So that's that particular article again. Let me flip back to it. Damn it. This is talking about Martha's Vineyards and the residents giving their take on the migrants being dropped off. And there's another video. I know y'all probably seen this one. This one was hold on a sec, fam. Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to get my shit together. It was another one. Let me try to bring that up with a Fox News lady. Fox be ready to starve for the foolery. I remember this. I think it was sometime last year but I was telling y'all either last week or a couple of weeks ago, I can't remember, about how even during the Obama administration, they were doing these secret operations bringing in migrants. Okay. So now, again, here's my take on it, although it doesn't matter. But my take on it, it's not the individual people. All right. They're just individual people trying to feed their families, this, that, and the third. I don't have any hatred towards them whatsoever. So that's not what this is about. Okay. And I know some people are not going to agree with this, and that's okay. For me, it's not even about the taking of the jobs. It's not even about that for me. Okay. Now, I know that's a huge problem in some perspectives, but gonna put it like this. The jobs that they're taking, with the exception of, I'm going to say, construction. It's jobs that Americans didn't want to do anyway. And I'm speaking of the immigration from the South America, Mexico, to the Americas. It's jobs that Americans didn't want to do anyway, far as working in the fields, this, that, and the third. Americans just got away from that. They don't want to do agricultural, this, that, and the third, certain service jobs. All right. Now it's a different story when you get on the, like mathematics, and you get into science, medical. That's a different story. A lot of jobs are being either outsourced on the science side, on the technology side, medical. A lot of those positions are being filled by immigrants. But the flip side of even that coin is Americans aren't qualifying to even fill those particular positions. All right. So there's always a flip side. I try to look at both sides. I try to be fair. Okay. My whole thing is the slickness of it all, of the politicians. All right. Not so much the people itself. It's the slickness of the politicians moving people around on the chessboard for their particular benefit. Okay. Because if the politicians were really so concerned about, I'm not even going to say the service jobs. I'm going to say the medical, the science jobs, the medical field, the technology. They were really concerned about the shortage of those particular professions, because it's definitely a severe shortage. They would literally do something about the education system to get it to the point where Americans can step into those jobs and make a decent living. Okay. That's not what they're doing. Okay. They know that most folks are, number one, they don't want to be laden. They know how they can solve the problem. The problem would be through the educational system, making education affordable for people to start moving into these careers. They don't want to do that. Instead, they want to fleece the pockets of these babies. And even what's even more disgusting, that disgusts me to the core of my soul, as they're fleecing the pockets of the babies for these particular degrees and stuff, they ain't even getting the degrees in the science, in the mathematics, in the technology, in the medical. That's even a double slap in the face. But yet, anybody that knows someone from these different nations, whether it be some Africans that's in the medical field, whether it be the Indians from India in the tech field, their particular nations are encouraging them to go to school, get their particular education in those fields, to where? To come over to America to get these particular professional jobs. That's the part that's getting me. Okay? That's what I'm pissed of. Because it is supposed to be you taking care of, and not so much in the sense of a dependency, but looking out for the best interests of your own. But that's not what's happening, okay? That's why I have a problem with immigration. I see the shit for what it is. I see it for what it is, okay? And they've been doing this for quite a long time. And don't think that this is the first time it's been done. Shit, I got blood running through my veins of immigrants, Black Europeans. This shit ain't nothing new. Okay? So, this particular video, let me bring it up. Hold on. Damn it, Fox with the West of Faces. So, hold on a second. When did this video come out? I thought I would have it on here. Oh, okay, they redid it. Okay, this was an underground video originally. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Okay, hold on, fam. Let me bring it back up. Okay, of course, Fox News with the shenanigans. Fox News, a hot mess. So let me bring this back up. Okay, where is it? Display. All right, so this Fox News again, y'all. They put this out on earlier this year, but I saw this video. Okay, they're saying this video was 2001. I know I had saw it before this year. So, damn it, I brought back up the commercial. Maybe I didn't. All right, so let's see what they talking about on this video.
I get the whole secrecy and all this but this is even above my thing. You know why? Because if it gets out, the government's betraying the American people.
Betraying the American people. Shocking footage reveals a DHS contractor working that airplane venting his frustrations as the Biden administration relocates plane loads of illegal migrants in the dead of night after airports are closed. Those flights arriving after the curfew, which is a breach of security protocols. Here to react, we got New York GOP Congresswomen Nicole Malliotakis and Claudia Tenney. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Good morning.
So, Congresswoman Tenney, in the body cam video, you know, there's this local police officer, and he's just going, you know, a plane flies in the middle of the night after the airport's closed. I don't have any idea who's on the plane or who you people are. And essentially he said, at one point the guy said, why the secrecy? You know why. This is the contractor. You know why. Look who's in office. That's why. Come on. So I guess elections have consequences. This is how Joe Biden handles migrants.
Yeah, this is a complete aggravated dereliction of duty, which is why last night on Twitter I called for Joe Biden to be impeached and removed. His primary obligation as the commander-in-chief and the president of the United States is to enforce our laws, to live up to his oath, to enforce our border security, and also to tell the truth to the American people. This footage was unearthed by a FOIL request from former Westchester County Executive Rob Astorino. And where is the current county executive, Executive Latimer, not doing anything about the fact that these migrants are coming in at the taxpayers' expense, not being vetted as far as we know. And when I visited the border back in March, I saw young children and all kinds of people being boarded on the planes, being shipped around the country at the taxpayers' expense. And our DFAS, our Defense Finance and Accounting Service employees, were asked to take leave, paid leave by the taxpayers, to foster these children because we don't have the resource, and adults, by the way, there were adults coming off these planes, to foster these people and to pay for these people to be relocated in central and upstate New York.
Unbelievable. Congresswoman Malliotakis?
look, aiding and abetting illegal immigration is a violation of the law, and you have it coming from the President of the United States. It's completely unacceptable. The Supreme Court ruled that he had to reinstate remain in Mexico. He has clearly not done that. In addition to that, you know that the drug cartels are making billions and billions of dollars every month. Human trafficking, drug trafficking. We have the highest rate of fentanyl deaths in this country among 18 to 45-year-olds. It's a leading cause of death. And yet this president is on the side of the drug cartels and not the American people. We have many pieces of legislation that will address this very issue, but we need to take back the House first.
Well, you know, Joe Biden's got a problem with the border. He's also got a terrible problem with crime here in New York City. The mayor is going to meet with the president next week. In the meantime, the news yesterday was 6 congressional members, all Republicans, wrote a letter to the governor, Kathy Hochul, here in New York, talking about how the mayor, Eric Adams, is trying to do something about bail reform. You guys wrote a letter and you support, you know, him doing something about it. Hope she does as well. Claudia Tenney, do you have confidence the governor is on your side regarding crime?
No, the governor has already stated she will not work with the legislature to reform our criminal justice laws, including bail reform.
I'm not going to get into that. That's another topic. So there you go, fam, regarding the covert migrant flights. Now, I have to say, this is not the first time that somebody secretly put a camera on these secret flights. This happened during the Obama administration also. And this is the video I was mixing up with the Obama administration. And in that particular video, I think that one's been scrubbed off of YouTube. Not only did they show the flight, the secret flight, just like they did here, you know, when all the airports was closed down, this, that, and the third, they also showed the buses pulling up. And then they also had this lady on there that was saying how the particular immigrants that were being flued out, because that's exactly what they doing, fluing people out, was getting benefits, government benefits, was getting housing, and she was talking about how they were pushing them through the system and approving them to get those things. Now, that particular video was underground, and that was when President Obama was in office, okay? So this is nothing new, fam, on what they've been doing. And so it's just interesting. Of course, they want to play the game and talk about, you know, what Trump was talking about versus what Biden is talking about, this, that, and the third. And, okay, I'll give them that. But in the grand scheme of things, let me unmute y'all. In the grand scheme of things, it all just seems a bit higher agenda, it's a higher agenda going on. All right. So the conspiracy theorist in me is thinking that this is a another shift in the population.
This is a reset.
Exactly.
It's a reset. It's a purpose for this. You can think about the humanitarian position of it if you want to, for China. But the thing is, it is a reset. They are mixing the population to mix you out. They are bringing in,
No, I said that part. Yes.
Yeah,
agreed.
they're trying to mix you out. This is your land. And they're making it where they have the right to bring people into your land. Not at your consent, but what they want to do to put you in lockup. They won't need you anymore.
True.
True. Because they're going to make them slaves and you slaves too.
True.
This is part of the Carl Schwab's special agenda to take down all borders and make countries sovereign and put us in slavery, or them in slavery, whoever, not me.
Well,
but you know
it's already mass slavery, but
yeah, it's mass slavery.
I get your gist. Yeah.
And they've been doing this on the QT is to keep themselves in power in the voting system so they can keep this agenda going. This is what it's all about. They're going to get them to vote themselves in there forever over you so they can be your masters. This is what they're doing. This is what I heard they're doing. This is what's in the news that they're saying that they're doing it for. I'm not making it up. It's not my opinion either. This is what they say they're doing it for.
Right. What say that again, sis? Would you say?
I heard it in the news. I heard it in the news that this is what their agenda is. They have a book on it. There is a book they wrote on it. It's a communistic movement. So they can make this what they want it to be. Everybody, democracy where the majority rules, but then there's going to be those over the majority that's going to control. And they got the patent already for the mark. You know, the one everybody's worried about, the mark of the beast.
That's already happened.
Yeah, it's already happened.
Okay, you said a lot. So let me unpack. Okay, so as far as this whole mark of the beast thing, that's people waiting for some chip. They're waiting for something special. That's already happened when they moved everybody to paper.
No, they
that's the mark of the beast right there.
Yeah, but you know, well, I'm talking about another thing. It's a patent that they Gates just filed. Let me see if I can find it and I can tell you what the patent number is. They just filed this patent, and it is like a barcode where they're going to vaccinate you guys and tell you blue in the face. And this is supposedly to do your vaccine so they can keep track of you. And this thing
supposedly
will make
and allegedly. I gotta say that supposedly and allegedly.
I mean, he just put this patent out there. Let me see if I can find the number.
Yeah, find a number and stuff because I don't want YouTube with the shenanigans. So you got to come up with the proof on that one. Unfortunately, when you talk about what you just talk about, you got to prove because otherwise it's allegedly.
No problem. No problem. Okay. I got the text on it. I gotta find it.
All right. Yeah, that's what I feel it is. Midnight Decipher. It's wag the dog because at the end of the day, this is about resetting the population.
It is.
It's worldwide because if you look, Africa's
they need our biometrics.
Huh?
Oh no! I was just saying, like Sandra was saying, they need our biometrics.
Exactly. China has your biometrics. They're making
everything.
Weapons. Yeah, they have everything.
The apps, your TikTok, all the social media, you know, all the little cameras around the world, every little thing that you touch, the ATM.
Your social media accounts, they get it. They control all of that stuff.
But the specific link is where the biology of the human body intersects with the technology. That's the link that they need.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're trying to manipulate. See,
that they're trying to implement, I guess is what you're saying.
The Neuralink type of stuff.
Yeah. Because I mean, we went over the whole patent with how they're merging what's going to be AI, this whole metaverse stuff with the actual physical body. But even with that said, that shit is going to be done by consent. It's going to be done by consent because when you own these people's applications, i.e. their social media, you're consenting to stuff. Literally, you're consenting to that. So they've introduced all of this technology. They've gotten people, hooked on social media. I just my personal opinion. I think social media is addictive to some. Literally, it's addictive.
Here it is.
Just like gaming can be addictive. So they're just prepping you, getting you
It's a
ready
demon
for that AI.
to get you in your lowest vibration. Because, of course, they could be using the technology to have us vibrating so high. But no, it's like we talked about that one time with Brother Odell. You know, there's a techno demon. And I think, my Rhonda, you had brought up something like that. The technology is meant to, harvest all that information, but they want you they want it at the lowest vibration.
Largely slow. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's see if I can.
But again, people consent to it because it's not there. That would, you can't keep asking your conqueror. You can't keep asking, your conqueror, because you're a prisoner of war. You can't keep asking them for relief. It doesn't work like that. And that's the part that we're not understanding. And that's at every level. You keep going to someone that has conquered you, and the only way they can stay in that position of power is to be conquered over you. You keep going to them, asking them to give you relief, and it's never going to happen.
I sent it to you.
And you say yes to any little shit they throw out to you.
Any little thing.
Right.
In your house.
Right.
It don't even make up for what they did to you. It's just like they know they can play in your face at this point. They throw you something shiny, throw you something, temporary, throw you something just to get you overthinking about the fake shit.
Agreed. Because nobody's going to give you a high vibration. Why would your conquerors do that? Why would your conqueror ever put you in the position so you can stand up and whoop their ass? Why would they do that? That's going against their best interests. And what we keep failing to realize, nobody's ever going to do things to put themselves in a worse position while putting you in a good position. Okay? So this whole falsehood that somebody's gonna do this, turn this over to you, give you that, not when it's coming to your conqueror. It's not gonna happen. It's not going to happen. You have to make things happen yourself. All right. So all of this shit going on, even though it's chaos, it's a hot mess, this, that, and the third. Sorry, I'm trying to get this article sis sent me. You still have control because it's what you consent to.
Yeah. And they use fear to make people submit. And our people have already been in fear these last 2 years of their COVID that they gave you.
Supposedly and allegedly.
Supposedly and allegedly. Huh?
And the false illusion of a choice.
And the false illusion of a choice. Exactly.
Like they gonna give you both sides. Like, with something simple like voting and some shit, or political parties. It's like, it's like give you the appearance of consent. We know you just gonna, most of y'all motherfuckers just gonna consent to certain shit right off the top. Y'all don't even know what the fuck y'all consenting to. Y'all just going along, zombies, if you will, whatnot. But then other ones, they like, you know what? We gotta just throw as much shit out there as possible. And somebody gonna catch on. Somebody gonna catch on, these little stragglers, because people will consent to some shit just when they just are given the options of it and shit. It's like, first of all, who are you? Why are you giving me these options? And I don't want neither one of them.
Who the fuck are you? Right. Let's start with old school them would say it. Who the fuck is you? Let's start with that. But people, let's just go back to something as simple as voting. Okay. Y'all remember when it was Trump card and Biden, and shit, we can even go back before that when it was Hillary and somebody else. Shit, I can't be remembering. Don't
Hillary
matter.
And Trump. It's Hillary and Trump.
Okay, Hillary and Trump, Trump and Biden, you know, we can keep going back and back and back. But the point I'm trying to make is that melanated people who have the most to lose, the most to lose, when they was trying to convince other melanated people to vote, when you like, well, you know, both is full of shit. This is the reason I don't want to do it. Yada, 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 this, that, and the third. And they're like, well, you know, vote for the lesser of two evils. And they could not understand the concept of, so you telling me to take my options of shit. You don't understand that they're both still shit is what you're telling me.
They're on the same teams and bloodlines and stuff.
And it's like melanated people keep doing it over and 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 over again. And then get an attitude with the other melanated people like, you know what, fuck that. I'm not with that, this, that, and the third. Oh, you part of the problem. Well, you know what, goddammit, I'm just going to be part of the problem. Especially when it came to Kamala Harris.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when it came to Kamala Harris. And I'm like, melanated people, you get locked up the most.
Right.
Okay? Unjustly locked up, okay? Because if you did some shit and you supposed to be locked up, shit, you supposed to be locked up. That's just the way it is. But the numbers show you get unjustly incarcerated the most, but yet you're literally rah-rah for a broad that made her career on doing exactly that, locking folks the fuck up.
Especially women. Yeah, she was on them mamas.
Right, and black women, what wasn't she locking people up? If your badass
she was locking
babies,
the parents up for truancy.
Yeah, for truancy. Ray didn't take his ass to school. Come on, bitch, let's hit it.
The mama
makes sense. You done locked up the parents and the kids wasn't going to school, but now the parents in jail, so they just going to miraculously start going to school now that the parent ain't even around?
Wait a minute. The woman took the child to the school, saw the child going into the school, pulled off, and the child went someplace else. And she went to jail.
And black women was the main ones out there because Mella's ass and put on some Converses.
Some pink and greens.
Yeah, some motherfucking pink and greens, claiming she a motherfucking AKA. Well, she probably is an AKA. I don't give a fuck either way. All she had to do was throw on some Converse and pretend she had some motherfucking grease in her hair that day. And black women was rocking with it. Oh, that's my sorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But yet these are the same black women that be in the streets protesting because your motherfucking children are locked up, locked down. Make it make sense.
I know it. It doesn't make sense. We do that.
You don't think critically. You don't do things that are in your best interests. You continuously are being used. That's why this group thinking shit, this collective group thinking shit is very, very dangerous. Because that collective group thinking shit, it's led the whole quote, quote, entire quote, quote, black community, which there is no black community. It's very toxic and fucked up. It's led people straight into the toilet, and it's a cycle that just keeps going, that keeps folks on the bottom. Anytime that you continuously do things that is not in your best interest, you're going to pay the price for it. That's in your personal life. That's in whatever political situation you want to be involved in. It's simple shit, but folks are just not getting it. They're not getting it. You're not benefiting from any of this bullshit. Anybody can come with all they gotta do is talk a good motherfucking game. That's all they have to do. Talk a good motherfucking game, look a certain way, and y'all fall for it.
Yeah.
And when I say y'all, I'm talking about the collective. So if the shoe fits, lace that motherfucker up and wear it. And that's across the board. Whether it be an underground thing, i.e. the conscious community, back in the day, the Black Panther community, it doesn't matter. You continue to be fleeced. You continue to be took. For the number one reason, you do things, you agree to things that are not in your best interest. And the other thing is you think you're going to get something for nothing, and it don't work that way. You don't get something for nothing. You don't get to sit at somebody else's motherfucking table with your feet crossed. Feet, i.e. legs crossed, and think you finna eat from their table. It don't work that way.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, sis.
They said, what's the sign of insanity?
Doing the same
thing over again, expecting a different outcome.
Exactly.
That's insane. It's insane. She was in California. I'm in California. I know who she is.
Yeah, so all of Cali know who her ass is.
Yeah, and how she got there, okay? And so our people look at that skin and think that they belong, and we keep doing the same thing over and over and again, and they call that insane.
Exactly. And what be frosting my tits is that I don't be hearing about no motherfucking work getting done. It's always, such and so gonna take us to the mountaintop. All right. What's such and so's plan?
Don't even know the mountain where it's at.
So such and so's plan is to go to Zaddy to take you to the mountaintop. And you accepting this shit. You're putting your energy in this shit. You're putting your little pieces of change in the shit, change that you don't really have. That's what you finna to sit up here and try to fucking convince me. Damn, building your own shit. You just gonna skip past all that motherfucking part of building your own shit and doing for self. We gonna skip that part, and we just, instead of you directly going to ask Zaddy, you're going to get a representative to go ask Zaddy. And you expecting for that to work. It's never going to work that way. Until folks get serious and clean up their own shit, you're always going to be in the losing position. You're always going to be at looking for crumbs, because at the end of the day, that's what it is, crumbs. You don't get to sit at that table unless you got something to fucking offer. Let me back that up for the slow ones in the back. You don't get to sit at that fucking table unless you got something to offer. That is why the same said leaders that the same said community depends on briefly get to sit at that table, and as they're sitting at that fucking table, they serving you up. And you don't get it. Because the true grassroots begin in your own fucking household. It begins in your own household. If you can't accomplish it in your own household, how the fuck you gonna go to another man or another woman and ask them to accomplish some shit you ain't even accomplished yet? All right, so I'm done with that. All right, so that's that. Son Scotty, did you want to go into your stuff, or y'all want to go into Biden pardoning on the weed stuff?
You can go. That's your thing. You can still do yours.
Okay.
You still got more.
Okay, yeah, just real quick on the Biden pardoning the herb.
Yeah, because I was just looking at that. My brothers and cousins who, you know, they tapping into the news when they saying something like that. That's all I'm saying.
Of course. Ooh, am I
smoking that peace
am I gonna
pipe?
get that shit wiped off my record?
And it's real interesting why he would do that. Why him of all people, and at this time,
right around
why he
election
would want
time,
to
you
get
mean?
certain people on his side, you know, when it comes around to like, next thing you know, they're going to be like, because don't they got certain stipulations where you can't vote anymore if you got like a record and certain things like that?
You can't.
So this is just prepping to get, you know, some niggas in the vote for whoever, when they come around again or some shit like, but anyway, yeah. And then the fact that, you know, a lot of these people are in jail for like little ass amounts of this stuff, and the fact that the categorizing of marijuana was like up there with heroin and shit, and like motherfucking fentanyl that's killing motherfuckers off the top ain't even as high as marijuana.
Weed,
like, hold on now. So on one hand, it's like, y'all should have been did this shit. We know why it was instituted in the first place. But again, like we was just talking about, motherfuckers ain't doing nothing for free. It's always some backhanded shit to get you to consent, either in the front end, the back end, wherever. They want your consent off the top. So whatever little sparkly things, whatever little treats they got to throw out there to get you on their side temporarily, they gonna do it.
Yep. They do it all the time. And you was probably really young, son Scotty, when Bill Clinton's hoe ass was running. That's it, Sandra. I know you remember when his hoe ass was running for prez, and all he needed to do was go on Arsenio Hall and play that saxophone. Oh, he down, you know, and the rumors of him fucking with black women. Oh yeah, the first black president. This, that, and the third. So they already know what scripted play. I'm sorry, go ahead.
He the one who like he didn't inhale or some shit. Like,
yeah, I'm like, you was a goddamn lie, but
they always trying to tangent to weed when they get the black community, weed and hip hop,
right?
And that or what the jazz music or whatever. So you know, whatever,
right?
Like, you
right,
know,
whatever. And then when Prez ran, he was like, yeah, I smoked that shit.
Right.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I smoked that shit. But yeah, so anyhow, they know what script to play pretty much. Okay,
anyway,
so I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I forgot. I was gonna add he was out there hugging all the women.
You know he a hoe from way back. You know he's a hoe. You know he's a hoe.
And he paid attention to a melanated woman for sure.
Child, he got a mixed son. His hoe ass look just like him.
A lot of mixes.
Yeah, but that's the one we know of anyway, because he can't deny that boy if he tried. He looked just like him with his whole ass.
I had heard about that.
Yeah, shit. He ain't fooling nobody. And his little best friend, his handler, is a brother. So I'm sure he had to go around paying off women. Ugh, yeah, y'all know Bill Clinton a hoe. So anyhow, his old ass, I guess he done slowed down now. But
I think he got a lot of disease from what he did.
What, you think he got that package? Let me
I think
stay
he
out
got
of Clinton's business.
Allegedly.
Probably like a lot.
When
you in them type of communities, you know, I'll say you sports, politicians, entertainment, whatnot. You doing certain things and doing all that. Them motherfuckers. Yeah, they got the herpes, they got the syphilis, they got the shit, they got it.
Yeah, you really can't play without paying.
Allegedly. I ain't say nobody.
Right, allegedly and supposedly. Allegedly and supposedly. Yeah, because we know we didn't heard that allegedly, supposedly about a couple of them celebrities, and wasn't it something recently coming out with DDN? One of his little escapades came out with the package, child. Y'all can have that shit. Y'all all make me fucking want to scratch. But nonetheless.
You're so right.
It's true though, nasty.
I know it.
So
lay down with dogs, you get up with fleas, you know.
Shit, you get up with disease. Shit. That package stuff takes me out. Just a real quick story. My auntie, she is a mess from the old school. She was talking about, I forgot, it was somebody. And I can't mention the person's name, of course. So she recanting this story to me and her children, my cousins. And she was like, yeah, I heard such and so got that package. And then here she go. When they start slinging dope, how somebody gonna trust them with a package? Hell no! And we was cracking up. I can't picture such and so, with a package. So we're just laughing so hard. She's like, "What the hell wrong with y'all?" I'm like, Auntie, they done upgraded the word package. Get out of your 80s, your 1980s them term of package meaning dope. Get that out your head, Auntie. That means permanent, take you down. AIDS package. She said, oh, hell no. We still tease her about that to this day. She's like, how the fuck such and so get the package? That was funny as fuck. All right. So, this is from the New York Times. This is, I heard about this when, right before I jumped on the air.
Yeah, he just did it.
Biden pardons thousands of people convicted of marijuana possession under federal law. The president urged governors to follow his lead for people convicted on state charges of possession. Washington, President Biden on Thursday pardoned all people convicted of marijuana possessions under federal law and said his administration would review whether marijuana should be a Schedule I drug like heroin and LSD, saying that makes no sense. Mm-hmm.
Is it federal or is it state?
I
thought marijuana was state. I'm not sure.
No, it's the states the states went on and legalized it, but it was still illegal.
In the federal,
level.
The federal wasn't going to do it. Yeah, they did. You're right.
Yeah, it was still illegal at the federal level. The pardons will clear about 6,500 people who were convicted on federal charges of simple possession of marijuana from 1992 to 2021, and thousands more who were convicted of possession in the District of Columbia, officials said ahead of the president's announcement. Because I think D.C. made it legal, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, D.C. Made weed legal. Mr. Biden urged governors to follow his lead for people convicted on state charges of simple possession. The number of convictions under state laws vastly outnumbers those who have been charged with a violation of federal laws, limiting the overall reach of the president's actions on Thursday. Still, the moves, which come about a month before the midterm elections, there you go.
Yeah, there it is.
Represent striking shifts for the federal government on a campaign promise that Biden made in 2020. Sending people to jail for possessing marijuana has upended too many lives for conduct that is legal in many states, Biden said on Twitter on Thursday. That's before you address the clear racial disparities around prosecution and conviction. Today we begin to right these wrongs.
Yeah, getting the melanated vote now.
Exactly.
No place to go when you get out. No homes. Cost of living is off the charts. So what
exactly. Mr. Biden stopped short. Well, if he pardoned them, then their record would be wiped clean. But
yeah, but they don't have a place to go.
Yeah, but still, yeah,
baby.
And the time lost.
Yeah, the time lost. Who's going to, you know? That's crazy.
Yeah. Mr. Biden stopped short of calling for the complete decriminalization of marijuana. And see, this be that bullshit I be talking about.
That's the part. That's the part we need to focus in on, because a lot of motherfuckers think, oh, at the federal level, it's decriminalized. No, this is some retroactive shit, really.
Exactly.
This ain't like, it's just helping the people that got this on their record and shit. It ain't saying like, oh, you can just, in any state, federally, you can just, smoke weed and all this type shit. Like, no. And it ain't no decriminalization nowhere in this.
Right. Because why not push for that? Just like you didn't push for wiping out student loan debt. You gonna give shit. Now y'all heard it's as low as $10,000. So they just be bullshitting. So he stopped short of calling for the complete decriminalization of marijuana.
Then he didn't do nothing, did he?
Exactly. That's what I say. Well, at least people's record are going to be wiped clean.
No, it's not
but it ain't good enough, because it should be both.
If it's not decriminalized, the records are not going to be wiped clean.
Yeah, if you get pardoned, your record is being wiped clean. A pardon is a pardon.
Oh, that's what I was going to say too. Being pardoned and having something expunged from your record is different. So it's still, maybe it won't affect them, but I think it's still going to be there. Like they can still see the record,
and they gonna see it when they interview them. So
yeah, I get your point. That's a good point. All right. So the decriminalization, something that Congress would have to do, and said that the federal government still needs important limitations on trafficking, marketing, and underage sale of marijuana. So in other words, we got to get our shit together to make sure before we decriminalize, we get our ends ran. Let's be motherfucking clear. This is
get
about
the taxes.
the ends being ran.
The taxes.
They want their cut of the dope.
Yeah, they want their cut.
Not fuck up the money.
Right. You're not finna fuck up they change. That you not finna that you not finna do. Okay? Same, we go through the same thing with alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same game, because
as long as they pay taxes.
If you think about it, marijuana, go look up the history of marijuana, and they were sending weed back to Europe as a crop way back when. So this is about them not decriminalizing, and they are going to decriminalize. Let's get clear. They are going to do it. They're just trying to make sure they have the legislation and the system in place so they motherfucking ends can be ran. Okay? Because I'm just envisioning what they're going to do, because states have already done it at this point, where they've decriminalized weed, and the states that have legalized it and decriminalized it, of course, they have limits on the amount of plants you can grow for your own little personal use. So in other words, if you think you finna get into the weed game, turn your motherfucking backyard into growing weed and start you a business without being quote, quote, licensed, you got another thing coming. All right? So again, this is about running their ends. Sorry, go ahead, son.
Because that made me think of something earlier that Freeman in the chat, he had said earlier when we were talking about drugs, he was saying like, a lot of jobs didn't become, not jobs, a lot of drugs and stuff didn't become illegal until Black people started making money off of them.
Oh, that's interesting.
That is interesting, isn't it?
Because you would think like, okay, on one hand, we know they biologically want to do warfare and introduce it to us, but why would they try to like put you in the jail and do all these different type of things? It's like, oh, they realize money can be made off of, because certain things aren't actual drugs per se. It categorizes like something you done made up in the lab as opposed to something you done took from the earth. Even if you took it from the earth and you like did some type of chemical equation on the motherfucker and made it into something else, and now
not
it's
that
a drug.
we know. No, we're not saying we know all that in the formula and all that.
But I'm saying the making the money part of it is very like their minds start thinking different. Like, like, oh, there's money there. How do we kill them and make the money at the same time?
Yeah, because it's always America. Well, let's just say the United States of America. It's a corporation. It's business, and it's about the ends at the end of the day. So I can see that. I can absolutely see that. All right. So he passing it on to Congress, up to talking about some Congress and them need to go on to decriminalize this, that, and the third. But the president's executive actions move the federal government in the direction of the positions taken by some state governments, which have already reduced or eliminated the criminal punishments for simple possessing marijuana punishments that for decades have sent people to jail. Yeah, they actually just did that in Ohio. I saw something come across today.
And come to think of it, Biden was the one who drafted the 3 strikes law.
And back then, didn't that include weed?
All of it. And Clinton signed it.
Yep, Clinton did. Who they calling the first Black president? Yeah. Mm-hmm. All of that part. Advocacy groups, including those representing minority groups, have been urging Mr. Biden to take action as a way of demonstrating his commitment to reforming the inequalities built into the criminal justice system. They praise,
Him was one of the people who wrote up
exactly. But people don't remember all of that.
Yeah, I know they don't. They don't remember how much he talked about us as Negroes, not good enough to be in office and all that kind of mess either.
With his old ass. All right.
We probably don't even remember, honestly.
Hell to the dog. What you say, son? Shit, his old ass don't remember. Shit. He probably don't. He probably forgot he was racist back up in the day. Shit.
That's why he be slipping up. He like, I love Negroes.
But you shut up, boy.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. I'm like, what?
You ain't black.
That right?
And they let him ride.
Just letting grandpa out here saying any type of fuckery. What?
And did you hear that conference he was on with some of the melanated leaders? And they said something. He said, you shut up, boy.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I said, what? And they went ahead and voted for him? You guys retarded. Show disrespect for yourself.
All the time.
All the time.
Repeatedly.
They praised the president's announcement, but said the impact on real-life individuals will be limited if the states do not follow suit. And they said it means the federal government will still be pursuing criminal charges involving marijuana trafficking. Again, you're going to run them their ends.
They tell you right there.
Now, you want to go on and smoke, go on and put one in the motherfucking air. But you best believe that smoke you putting in the air, you better have goddamn paid taxes on it.
Air pollution.
Right? So pursuing criminal charges involving marijuana trafficking, which are more common. Mm-hmm. Only 92 people were sentenced on federal marijuana possession charges in 2017, out of nearly 20,000 drug convictions, according to the U.S. Sentencing Commission. Now, I know in California, they were were trying to do some grassroots thing to say, okay, why can't people who used to be the marijuana trafficking people, the Americans that used to be the marijuana trafficking people that was locked up for it, why can't they come out and get licenses? So I do know in California's defense, they little raggedy defense, they have started a grassroots movement to get folks to get those marijuana licenses. And
they have shops.
Huh?
They have marijuana shops.
You can have shops, you can have small plants. You just gotta it's all about the numbers and stuff.
Yeah, it's about the money.
Right, but if you holding them convictions and stuff, then the thing of it was when you go to get the marijuana licenses, you're not finna get them. So that was the whole catch. And the second part is the cost of the license was sky high. So I know Cali was working to get that to change, because what had happened was the people that are benefiting off of selling of the herb got the money, they got the backing to get the licenses. Okay.
And then also out here is heavily celebrity based and type shit. So they can put the prices up there when you Snoop Dogg or you Whoopi Goldberg. And it's not just the selling of, it's the whole marketing of it and all this other stuff. Because people think it's just the smoking of the weed, the oils, no, all of the stuff, it's
TVCs or
it's hella shit. With Whoopi and shit, hella women be using shit for maternity stuff and cramps and menstrual stuff. And it's whole markets out there where you can legally make money off of this.
Right. And see, that's why they're not decriminalizing it, and why they're staying on the marijuana traffickers' ass, because they want their cut. Because folks, now I know in Illinois, people are complaining that the weed is the dispensary weed is high as hell. They're really, really complaining on how expensive it is, and how they're saying that it's garbage, it's not strong, this, that, and the third. So I ain't want to gossip. You ain't heard this up from me. So they still keeping their regular weed.
You can hear from me, just off of experience and experimentation. It's a range. It's a whole range of it. And you can definitely see it. If you go to different areas, and you can definitely see exactly what you're talking about.
You mean far as the weed being not strong, or?
Yes, you can tell in areas where this weed is quality and this weed is not. This weed is going on some synthetic type shit. This area, and the areas that get it's like district zoning.
Yeah, it is.
You go to a shop over here, is hella expensive and hella security, and the weed is okay, but it's hella price just because it's in West Hollywood. Oh, you can go to this shop and it's in, South Central, and motherfucker, they got the fucking bars on the door. They got the niggas with the guns right there. It's bootleg, but damn, this weed seems hella bomb as fuck.
555. Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty much how it is in Illinois too, except I don't know about, the underground shops per se. People fuck that. I'm not finna give them this money for this bump ass weed. I just keep my regular weed, man. So that's what they're still trying to figure out, fam.
Auntie.
Yes. Hey, nephew.
Hey,
Wow.
Thank you so much for the love,
Thanks,
brother.
Sandra. How y'all doing today?
Good to hear your voice.
We love all y'all. Good, thanks. The question I had for y'all with this pardon was when it comes to employment, because if my understanding is correct, if you piss, you still have to do a piss test before some people get jobs.
Yeah, but that's starting to go away too.
Okay.
But not all states, because some states, even though it is legal in the states, some jobs still be, trying to tell people, for jobs, I don't give a damn about none of that. You piss in this cup to get this little job, and they come up with this weed. You're not going to get the job.
Correct. And even with the criminals too, because even when you get out of jail, don't you have a probation? And isn't too, if you piss in the probation, you can get caught up in that as well. So is that being removed when he's getting a pardon?
Yeah, see, no. All of that, taking that shit from your record, taking that shit from your employment so that you could be a functioning person in society, none of that shit is covered in this.
So what is that
falls under decriminalization.
He's trying to get voters, honey.
Yeah, he's getting but can you vote as a convict?
No, not as a felon, I don't think, right?
Unless the pardon is now giving them that right to vote.
Oh, that may be next.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We don't know what's in the timeline, but when you say pardon, that make me think of something in line with voting.
Yeah, like it gives them the right to vote now because it's a pardon.
Yeah, it's a pardon.
Yeah.
Fuck a vote. Shit.
But that's what he wants.
Wipe this shit off my record and go on and let me live my motherfucking life. Fuck a vote.
No, he wants your vote so he can lie to you and you gonna believe it. They just keep giving you the same old story with the little gift that's not a gift. And this is a gift that's not a gift.
But they are, this is just my opinion. I think eventually they are going to decriminalize it. They are just trying to make sure they got their I's dotted and T's crossed on how these ends gonna be ran on this weed.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's all that they're doing, okay? Because they want to put the underground marijuana folks out of business. So think of it like back in the day when they had the bootlegging of the alcohol. Okay, and it was the bootleggers, right? That used to run the alcohol. Think of it like
speakeasies,
that. The speakeasies. Yeah, they're trying to take all of that underground market, get that out the way where it's forced to come on the commercial side to be taxed.
Yeah.
They want their ends. Yeah.
Yeah, they want their ends ran.
Son of Universe Daoud doing too much to gain consent. This is a test of consent too. It's like the little fucking, in the cartoon Looney Tunes when they put the little carrot on the shit and they trying to get the motherfucker. Like, okay, test your consent. How much you gonna give us consent if we dangle this little bit of something? Oh, it's a pardon. They don't know. They know the regular motherfucker don't know what that really means. So they just hearing, it really, when the whole shit is saying, no, it's not decriminalized. No, it's not decriminalized.
Right, which that's really what needs to happen.
That's,
and all of that other stuff is mute. The drug testing of the job, this, that, this, that, and the third.
It's just floss.
Yeah, but it's going to happen. Floss. I really, really do believe it's going to happen. They're going to decriminalize it. They're definitely
numbers come in.
Hey, peace and love, Brother Sean. Hey.
Brother Sean.
What it do, family?
Hey, good to hear your voice. What you got on this little weed situation? Or, like Grandma and them, Big Mom and Papa used to say, that reefer. That takes me off reefer.
Well, how many people did it say again that was federally charged with possession?
6,500, I think it was.
Girl, it's low. Who was convicted? It was only 92 people sentenced on possession, and that was in 2017. But 20,000 drug convictions.
So 92 people in the world swinging on this motherfucker's nuts again, cause he gonna pardon 92 people.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It's probably a little bit more than that if you add up 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. But shit, even if we bump it up to 500, let's bump the shit up to 1,000.
It's not
but how many motherfuckers still in jail from back then in 2010 for possession?
Come on, bro, Sean.
True.
I'm just saying, how many of them motherfuckers even still alive?
But I thought that this was going to be across the board. This is not putting a time limit on it. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's only that amount, because the key to it all is federal charges.
True.
Ain't no local motherfuckers getting off on no state or city shit.
Yeah, see?
Very good point.
That's why I asked about the
I didn't
federal
even
thing.
think about that. You know what? You right. Yeah, this is at the Fed level. Yeah, because the Fed ain't got time to be convicting nobody over smoking no motherfucking weed.
But now with that
but
perspective,
moving
it's
it,
even
yeah.
more of a fucking show.
Across the state lines.
I say with that perspective that Brother Sean just broke down, it's even more of a farce. It's more of a show.
It's
Like
That's true. I didn't think at the state and local level.
Yeah.
And a full presidential pardon allegedly and supposedly gets all your rights back because it's from the president, but it would have to be a full presidential pardon.
Okay.
Not just a partial pardon.
It's a partial. So most people will read this and look at like it's a good thing, and you really just made it, but this is not. It's not. It's
Look
so
how good Biden is to the black people. He's pardoning all these black people with criminal records.
Right.
And
that's
so
the catchphrase of it all. That's the catchphrase of it all. Exactly.
Motherfuckers writing people in jail talking about, my nigga, you about to get out, Biden.
Getting their motherfucking hopes up high. And them motherfuckers got drug cases like a mug. I'm sorry, boo.
Next, bro. Don't worry.
That ain't for you, beloved.
It ain't for you.
Yeah. It ain't finna happen like that. So, yeah, that's a great point. So, oh boy, a Princeton University professor and former deputy national political director of American Civil Liberties Union said simple possession of marijuana is a crime almost entirely prosecuted by the state. So that's your point, Brother Sean. The federal government tends to more commonly prosecute marijuana trafficking crimes. Yep. Because the feds like, fuck you moving around this bitch.
Across the state
You ain't got no
lines.
permission to move this dope. Ain't nobody gave you no permission. You ain't ran the proper ends to run this dope. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And when you got that much trafficking, we need to seize that shit, because when they talk about, oh, we burned it, we destroyed it. No, we need to add that to our bag.
Child, let me tell you something.
Feed it to our Freedom Scouts.
One of my former lives, I saw that shit firsthand, where they had quote went on a bust, and they had these huge ass containers, y'all. And this particular, what I saw, I don't know what was all in them bitches, but I saw one that was filled with weed. So my nose ass. I'm like, what y'all gonna do with that? Me trying to get the tea. Ma'am, we're gonna burn it. What you mean you gonna burn it? I'm thinking to myself, damn. Like, we're gonna take it to
roll
the
some
field.
first.
Right. Well, let me get my Ziploc.
Burn it.
And it was right on the border of Mexico, y'all. The stories I heard from them people just had my mouth drop. But anyway, yeah, we take it out to the field and burn it. I said, okay. So I told my manager, he just started cracking up. He was like, yeah, okay, burn. I said, why you say that? It's like, And this, of course, was off the record. They put that shit back on the streets.
They do actually burn some of it for, just to get video for
the
a press
optics.
release. And everybody be standing down when.
Right.
Get high. I'll be standing right there with the camera crew. They got an Uber home. Oh shit, I'm tired.
Yeah, the shot is upwind. We're looking.
I'm doing this for research. Let me call this Uber. Yeah, I would agree. So yeah, supposedly and allegedly, I didn't expect for them to say that they burned it. I'm like, you burn it? That just that blew me for a loop. But yeah, supposedly and allegedly, I don't know that for sure. They put most of that shit back on the street. Okay, but bottom line, the Fed, you not finna run no dope without giving them they proper onions. That's just the bottom line. That's really what this is about. This is an important political statement. It's an important value statement. It's progress, but this is a drop in the ocean of injustice, Mr. Ofer said. Imana Ma, whoever the hell that is, the federal director of the Justice Action Network, called the president's move a really good step and said one of the most important parts of Mr. Biden's policy is the directive to review how future marijuana crimes are prosecuted. That's trying to change a policy decision that was made that marijuana is as dangerous as these other drugs, which we know is not true. Which that's the part out of all of this where people allowing this shit, meaning as a collective American population, we're allowing this shit to ride. Because you sitting up here got people locked up for weed, but yet we got zombies on the street, bent over, leaned over on designer drugs, prescription drugs, all of that shit, heroin. People just don't see how stupid the shit sounds.
No, they don't.
Administration officials said individuals convicted of possessions under federal law will be able to apply for a pardon certificate from the Justice Department to use when they try to get a job, find housing, or apply to college. The federal government will stop charging anyone with simple possession starting on Thursday.
Simple possession. That's a difference.
Okay, now we ain't talking about y'all that's moving weight. Okay?
Nope.
So y'all don't be calling up, accepting them collect calls from your loved ones, this, that, and the third, telling them they finna fucking get out if they was moving weight. Okay? Marijuana is already fully legal in about 20 states, and some other states have relaxed criminal penalties. A large drug testing company that tracks state laws regarding marijuana, it remains fully illegal in a handful of states, okay? Because even in the Ohio one, Sean, did you hear about in Ohio today, they so happened to announce that they've pretty much relaxed the weed laws on simple possession. That still don't have nothing to do with moving weight. But
definitely ain't got nothing to do with that.
Yeah. So, but it's eventually going to be, in my opinion, it's eventually definitely going to be decriminalized. They're just trying to figure out, just like they did with the alcohol, how folks, they gonna run them their ends, pretty much.
Yeah, they gotta work them books first before they roll it out.
Exactly, because you're gonna run me my ends.
Also, it also depends on what type of deals motherfuckers cut, even with they quote unquote simple possessions. Was it bodies involved? I mean, it's just all type of circumstances surrounding each individual's case.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very good point.
Because people told on other people, well, you told on this person, but you the one who actually had the stuff. It may have been his stuff, but you the one that actually had it. So now you gonna get out, and he's still in jail.
That's a point. I hadn't thought about it like that. Yeah, it's getting
gonna
ready to be interesting.
It's about to be ugly.
Sounds like he wrote before he thought.
That's all they trying to do. They trying to make shit worse. I mean, if you think about it, at one point in time, we were told that things would get so bad that you'll begin to feel sorry for the criminals.
And that's what it is.
All these laws coming out where all these criminals are getting the benefit of the doubt. They getting all these handouts, this, that, or the other, let out of jail, not being arrested for certain crimes, this,
even
that,
for
or the
murder.
other. I mean, it's basically the Wild Wild West, and the only motherfuckers just trying to play by rules is us.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about, you know, people getting out of jail, this, that, and the third. I think Sis Tressy sent me something earlier this week regarding Illinois. Illinois is another one, another state. I just shake my motherfucking head on. But what she sent me was Illinois. It's a meme going around saying that Illinois is pretty much letting out its criminals, regardless of murder.
Right.
This, that, and the third. So I kind of just did some light research. I didn't research it hard. And I looked at it. And what was actually going on in Illinois is that when you get picked up for a crime, they're not going to hold you behind bars until you get a trial. Okay.
No bail. No bail.
Okay. So so what they're trying to do, because what's been going on is that you have people that's being locked up for years before they ever go to trial. So just because you picked up on some shit, that don't mean that you did it. Okay? Now, let's take Atlanta, for example. You had people that was being picked up on traffic violations and sitting behind bars for a month or so waiting to go to fucking see a judge on a traffic violation.
On a ticket.
Right, on a ticket. All right? So that's supposedly and allegedly what the Illinois piece is about. Okay, but the flip side, Brother Sean, because people are complaining about New York, that New York's crime is off the chain because people are either not being locked up, and same in Cali too.
Don't forget here.
You know, people stealing people's property, this, that, and the third, and not getting locked up. Even if they call the cops about it, they're pretty much like, well, you know, we're not going to lock them up. So that's the flip side. Okay. Yeah, the no speedy trial, as most laws state. That's exactly what it is.
Habeas corpus.
That's exactly what it is. It's the no speedy trial. Okay, so supposedly, what people are saying, that's, you know, them being soft on crime, it's based on really the no speedy trial, because the criminal justice system is so overwhelmed that it's taking years for people to even see a judge. And they're locked behind bars.
It's just the AGs, the ones who press the charges, is not doing their job, really. And that's why they're trying to turn them around, because they're the ones who put the case to the prosecutor and to the what you call it, the grand jury.
Yeah, they're not going to prosecute. They're saying there's certain crimes that they'll no longer prosecute.
Yeah, the AGs.
So basically, that's telling the police, if somebody do this, that, or the other, you might as well not fuck with them.
Right.
Because I ain't gonna prosecute them. You wasting your time. You risking your life. You know, motherfuckers hate y'all. So, you know, you wanna go fucking with motherfuckers who know that they got the right to do this shit. That's on your funky ass.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point, Brother Sean. And I got to thinking about this. All right. So shout out to Sis Don Napoleon. She said this shit years ago on one of her shows. And it always stuck with me. Because she said, and I'm in total agreement with her, that as melanated people, we complain about the police coming in the community doing harm, this, that, and the third. Why don't we police ourselves? Why aren't we policing our own communities? So that way you don't have to worry about the police being called in the community like that. So fast forward, since, let's say the 80s, I'm going to bring it to the 80s, where the neighborhoods have gotten so bad that we are heavily reliant on the police. We have to keep it real. We have, and see, that's the trick bag with the said Black community. That's the trick bag. Because on the one hand, we talk about police brutality, and by no means am I saying that doesn't exist. I'm absolutely not saying that doesn't exist. I'm absolutely not saying that people are being locked up falsely and unfairly. Absolutely, I am not saying that. And specifically, melanated people. We know this is true. What we have yet to deal with as a melanated community is the terror going on in said communities by said melanated people. We have yet to deal with the melanated on melanated crime, which is in said communities. So it's a perpetual cycle. And it's again one of dependency. Because if you can't control your community, y'all already should know what I'm going to say. What can you really control? If you can't control your household, meaning you can't raise healthy children, you don't have your shit together to be in the position to raise healthy children, to put your children in a position where they don't have to feel that they have to go to the streets to do X, Y, Z, then you can't control your block, you can't control your neighborhood, and therefore your neighborhood becomes ran down, ravished with crime, and then folks are literally in gang zones, gang warfare, and so you need outside people, i.e. the police, to come in and regulate and run your shit. And those are the conversations that said community, we don't want to have those as a quote collective. We don't want to have them. We should be able to police ourselves. We shouldn't be allowing that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Why are people so weak that we have to be policed at all?
I agree.
Motherfuckers supposed to be gods and goddesses. Why does anybody have to tell you what the fuck to do? Why does anybody have to put your punk ass in check?
Why aren't you living by nature's laws in the first place?
And why motherfuckers scared of their children?
I wasn't raised like that.
The children are the ones that's running the streets. Right. The children are the ones doing every fucking thing in the street with the blessings of certain parents. You got to realize the fall off from generation to generation.
True.
A lot of these little motherfuckers was raised by crackhead grandbabies who refuse to listen to anything or anyone. Their parents felt as though they shouldn't be talked to a certain way, so they want to be friends with their children as brothers and brother and all this goddamn stupid shit that's going on. And the children constantly being disrespectful, talking just the way their parents talk. Brother, fuck this, fuck that. The exact same shit. We fuck up our children and our communities and blame every fucking body else.
Agreed.
Okay, we know that other motherfuckers want what the fuck we got. But back in the day, once you came within that block, that was your ass.
Yeah.
What you had outside that block, that's your shit. Respect. Hold your shit down.
Right.
But when you come within this block, that's your ass.
Yeah.
Point blank, period. Ain't nothing to talk about. Ain't nobody to call. Ain't nobody coming. Because ain't nobody see shit. Ain't nobody heard shit.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
That's because you came all the way the fuck wrong to righteous people. Wasn't about protecting the criminals, the motherfuckers who terrorize the community. You didn't have too many opportunities to terrorize the community because somebody was going to get you.
Yeah, you was going to get got. Exactly. That's true. No,
you ass backwards now. And motherfuckers living in fear from their very creations, but running around claiming to be gods and goddesses. You weak fucks.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's very true. It's true.
Yes.
And those are conversations that honest conversations that we just don't want to have. You cannot ask your oppressor to get you out of stuff that don't benefit you. It's not in their best interest to do so. Absolutely, the legislation to not, lock people down wrongfully, all of that. Don't misunderstand me. Absolutely, I get it. Absolutely, that's the way it should be. But that's not going to solve the root of the problem, starting in the home and on the blocks and in the neighborhoods and building communities. Until we deal with that part, you're always going to be in a losing position.
We have to deal with individuals first. Motherfuckers need to heal themselves before they trying to put on goddamn capes and spreading their infections every goddamn way. Sit down for a motherfucking minute. Get yourself together. How you gonna try and have a family or do anything positive and your whole process is fucked up? You looking at everything fucked up, running around with that same mentality you say you trying to get away from. You figure everybody owe you time for everybody to bow down to you. Keeping the same bullshit going that got motherfuckers in this predicament to begin with, being greedy as fuck. Why the fuck motherfuckers gotta be greedy as fucking mama provide an overabundance of shit for everybody? But motherfuckers want to take shit and put it over here and be like, mine, 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 mine.
Orders.
Yeah.
With actuality, if motherfuckers just ran around and just ate all that they needed at that moment, you know how much stuff would still be around?
Yeah.
Nothing would be endangered.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
In season.
Put in what you take out. Leave it in a better position than what you're taking out.
That's what your shit is actually supposed to be, folks. Some fertilizer to fertilize them goddamn seeds and give back what you didn't eat.
Well, yeah. Of
receive
course.
those seeds. Yeah.
Of course. But yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, but it's just motherfuckers full of so much shit that ain't shit. You can't fertilize a goddamn thing properly.
That ain't food.
I mean, who would want to eat something that's fertilized by motherfuckers running around eating all this GMO shit and taking all the chemicals and shit that they take? That's gonna be some fucked up food.
I get where you're going, and I totally agree with you. And just to reiterate and put some extra on it, all of these issues that we're facing as melanated people as a whole, they're all fixable. Mm-hmm. But they do require work. They do require self-reflection. Nobody's going to get us out of this situation. We can't be legislated out of this situation.
Are treated out of the situation.
We can't be paid out of this situation. Because even if you throw money at it, it's still a mentality. Your mentality, your consciousness creates the world, creates the environment that you are going to live in. So if the mentalities aren't changing, you're not going to get out of this situation. And as the Black Community Collective, we have a serious... Yes, sir.
Say that other part again.
What I
drop
say?
A bomb.
Shit, what I say?
Right before what you just said.
That we can't legislate out. What I say? Shit, I be forgetting. Whatever Sean said, I said before. Shit. I say it again because I don't quite remember exactly what he referred to. Work has to be done. Okay.
That part.
The overall, okay, I'll drop a bomb on that if it was that simple. Shit. Mm-hmm. Work needs to be done. Okay. So we're talking about your work from a consciousness perspective, healing yourself, getting your shit together mentally and consciously, and then putting in the actual physical work. Because when you heal yourself consciously, there's just certain shit, bullshit, trauma and drama. You ain't finna let that shit ride. You're not going to let it ride. You don't care who it is. You ain't trying to hear that bullshit. And you gon' stand on it. And people are so fucking weak now. They're such followers. They be knowing that the shit is wrong. And you sit back. You either don't say nothing or you join in with the degeneracy and the debauchery.
Not to be called out, yeah. Join in.
You don't stand on the integrity. You don't stand on doing the right thing. And I'm going to tell you what's finna happen. It's already happening. You are going to see a huge separation. Now, this is my opinion, but I pretty much think that I'm right. You're going to see a huge separation that's not going to be fucking with said black community. I'm just here to tell you that first. It's going to have to be let go. If folks can't clean up their consciousness, if folks don't give a fuck about taking care of their babies, if folks don't give a fuck about their babies dying in the street at the hands of people that look like them, their only concern is when their babies are dying in the street by cops. If folks ain't concerned about how their babies are going to live in this world, setting up an environment to put their babies in the position to have a good start, you're finna be left behind. Yes, sir.
Even if they move to a different environment, they infect that
exactly. And people tired of it.
I'm seeing it firsthand at these properties out here. They done started taking vouchers, and the property is going down. Police out here more often.
It's bad. That's a mentality.
More trash, more roaches, more bed bugs, everything. I mean, I can't even make up any excuses.
You can't, Brother
for
Sean.
Our people.
Because
I'm seeing it daily.
Yep.
They whatever is happening in their car will end up in the parking lot. Sure. Whatever is happening in their apartment will end up in the stairwell, the hallway, or in the parking lot. We got dumpsters all over the place, and they refuse to put a piece of trash in now one. As quick as we pick up, they figure it's their duty to dirty up.
Who
like,
the
how
fuck want to
dare
live
you
like that?
They do.
Entitlement show.
So it's like, if you think that good working people are going, that's raising their family to the best of their ability, you getting up every day, going to fucking work, staying on your children's ass to don't be out in them streets. You think folks want to live around some shit like that?
Liquor bottles. You see the tops of the 2 for $99 from the backwoods and everything else. They smoking the White Owls and this, that, and the other. You just see the shit all over the goddamn parking lot. Blunt guts, just their bottles, whatever they eat, they just throw the shit out in the parking lot. Black and mild filters, the packages with the loose black and mild stuff, just thrown all over the place. And you got children that are out here playing every day. Then not to mention the people with their animals. Yeah. We got signs everywhere, poop stations everywhere, bags everywhere. These people let their animals go in the elevators, in the hallways, in the stairwells.
Who the fuck want to live like that?
In LA, if I see one more dog shit, I'ma punch the dog and the owner.
You can't go out. You can't even go out in sun gaze and put your feet in the grass because motherfuckers got dog shit all over the place. And know you're supposed to get that shit up. Like I say, signs everywhere.
With the poop bags and the little garbage to dump the shit in.
Everything.
And the kids are playing on that grass.
Who wants to live like that? And now, you know, Brother Sean, like you said, it's around the country where folks are not accepting them Section 8 vouchers.
If you ask me, they shouldn't.
They're not accepting them. And now it's getting so cold.
Who get upset?
It's that because we know that more than likely women are getting the Section 8 vouchers, and it's because women are single mothers.
Signing up for it.
Okay, so they're getting the Section 8 vouchers, and they're getting evicted, put out in the street because they got a raglass old man or they degenerate ass son that they know ain't supposed to be on that lease, and they come and put their asses out.
Because they have no foundational structure, and then they also don't have the awareness to be like, oh, let me work the system and rise up out of this. They just get comfortable, and they also just lazy and dysfunctional in life. So that's just the equation for just being stuck on the system and being a degenerate.
Here's my thing with women, and I'm only going to keep telling y'all this. Your accountability is to yourself and to your children. How in the fuck you're going to jeopardize having a place for your children to lay their head? Make it make sense. What type of woman are you? What type of mother are you that you're going to risk where your babies lay their head for a man? Nigga, you a man.
No, he ain't.
Well, you a male. God damn it.
Oh, yeah.
Go make it work, because bitch, you ain't coming in, and I don't care. We fucking, you can't even spend a night. Matter of fact, bitch, you don't even need to know where the fuck I live. Where we meeting up at?
Sis, I see that here all the time. A lot of the sisters over here work over at the hospital, nurses, etc. with some. And they had dudes just laying up in the house all goddamn day, playing the goddamn video game. Because when we have to go in there to do work orders, a motherfucker who ain't on the lease opening the door, talking about, yeah, she said this. Yeah, she said that's messed up. Like, motherfucker, you actually sitting your whole ass up in the house, in your drawers, funky as fuck.
Eating up these baby snacks.
Can't fix nothing in the goddamn apartment.
I don't understand. It ain't that much dick in the world.
Sitting up back and forth to the goddamn package room, got food being delivered all motherfucking day.
Asking for weed money.
No, I mean, she's supplying with every motherfucking thing.
Right.
You got bum motherfuckers living like goddamn kings, and these sisters out here going to motherfucking work.
Humping. Make it make sense. I'm sorry, I'm not rocking with that. And women, I'm calling you out. You're not putting the best interest of your babies at heart. Bitch, you just in it for your dick and raglass companionship. I don't understand that. And that's why people are tired. We got to keep this shit all the way the fuck real. People are tired of the mentality.
And sis.
Yes, sir.
I got to add another component to this.
Shit, it's just getting worse, Brother Sean. Shit in the elevator.
It's very few of the millennials that are here that actually keep a clean place at all, male or female.
Millennials.
And
yeah, what you say now?
We got. I got one in one of my buildings. This thing, she literally throws diapers from off the balcony.
God damn.
Oh my goodness.
How trifling can you be?
She literally just takes and just throws them off the balcony.
Wow.
Just the things that I sit up and see our people do I can't go to bat for motherfuckers like that. I moved to where I moved to and pay the money that I paid to be here to get away from that shit, not for motherfuckers to get vouchers and then fucking follow me.
Yeah. And see, that's why people are getting fed up. And that's why it's being banned at some at city levels and some at county levels, not accepting them Section 8 vouchers.
They didn't accept that shit here at first. We got new owners. Some of them goddamn small hats, and them motherfuckers just thirsty for change.
Right.
Any goddamn way that they could get it. And the word is out about the property around here. I mean, it's just all type of shit going down.
So it's been ran in the ground, basically.
It got a bad reputation, and the city is tired of it too. They trying to make these motherfuckers sell the place. I'm thinking it won't be too long before they shut them down.
Okay.
It ain't gonna bother me not one bit.
But it's sad though, and these are the tough conversations that as a quote quote collective folks don't want to have. And I agree. Somebody above said that it didn't used to be like that. Absolutely. Because don't think by any means I'm sitting up here like, oh, I only do Grey Poupon mustard in my family. No, nigga. You talking about my family that came out of the South that had to go into the projects, one of the roughest motherfucking projects in Chicago. So you ain't talking about somebody that don't know. And it didn't used to be like that. It did not used to be like that in the projects. But even with it not being as bad as the projects are now, because although they've torn down the projects across the country for the most part, it just moved the group of people from this place to another. And basically what Brother Sean is explaining to you to the apartments, although it wasn't that bad, you had people that went, the first set of people that were going in the projects, like my grandparents, the Gen X grandparents that came from the South that went in the projects. That shit was strictly, simply temporary because the men got their families fucking out of the projects.
Yeah, food banks was only a temporary thing.
They was in and out of that bitch. So that means their grandchildren, it was no generation after generation after generation being in the motherfucking projects.
This here is supposed to be private property, a gated community, pool, workout facility, and goddamn thing. You figure motherfuckers upgrading to this type of stuff from the projects, you figure you'd be going out of your way to keep shit nice.
You would think that they would. And Nisi Poo put something interesting. She said, did you say millennials? What's her number so I could cuss her ass out? But people don't, well, I'll put it this way. I'm not going to say all women, but most women, let me even back that up. I got to back that up because I got to be fair. I got to be fair. It's depending on what type of person you are, what type of woman you are, what type of people you're going to allow to be around you. We not finna let that shit ride. Bitch, you not finna call yourself hanging with me, being cool with me. If you trifling in a motherfucker, you don't take care of your babies. Nah, bitch, I'm gonna call you out on it. And if you don't do nothing about it, I'm gonna have to stop fucking with you. That's just the bottom line. No woman with a grain of salt is going to roll with another woman that's neglectful of her children. It's just not gonna happen. Bitch, I don't want you around me. I don't want your energy around me because my heart go for them babies. And it's just fucking unacceptable. But you got people that uphold each other in fuckery and bullshit. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
We had a meeting with an attorney from corporate, and she was basically letting us know what we can and cannot do toward these tenants, and cannot say.
What?
Even if somebody's apartment is nasty as fuck, we can't say shit.
And they got roaches and bed bugs, but that shit is creeping over into your motherfucking establishment.
Oh no, I mean we can go in and treat it, but the thing is we can't say anything that might be offensive.
Oh, so they got a certain type of etiquette and shit towards these nasty
To say,
motherfuckers.
bitch, you nasty. So
Yeah,
they say, bitch, you nasty.
They said we can't even
Censorship.
say that in private in the office. That if somebody in the office decided to go to corporate and say that such and such said this about a tenant, that a motherfucker would be in trouble.
They don't want to be sued. They don't want to be sued.
But that just goes to
I don't
show
know
you
why,
how
because if you nasty, bitch, you
degenerate.
nasty. But I'm sorry, go ahead,
Right.
Brother Sean.
But that just goes to show you how they're defending degenerates and criminals.
Yep. It's wrong. It's wrong.
So
And-
if you-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So if you own something, you don't even have the right to enjoy what the fuck you own. That's why they pushing that you'll own nothing and like it shit. Because after motherfuckers go through all this shit, motherfuckers that wasn't able to pay, motherfuckers still squatting on people shit, you'll be happy not to have no property. Like, I ain't got to deal with motherfuckers. I ain't got to deal with this. I ain't got to deal with that shit no more. But then once you get to looking around, you ain't got that income coming no more. You got bills and shit you got to pay now. You can't go on them vacations. You can't do this. You can't do that. All because another motherfucker was fucked up. You paying for another motherfucker's mistake.
I'm out, y'all. I'm that's why I'm telling y'all, we leaving y'all motherfucking degenerate, dusty, no cleaning up, dick crazy, laying on the couch, scratching your nuts, not taking care of your babies. We leaving y'all ass. God damn it, at this point, I go into the country somewhere. I don't give a fuck. I go, goddamn it, in the country. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't want no parts of it. You're getting left. Nobody wants to live like that. I'm tired of the excuses. I'm tired of anytime somebody try to say something, oh, you this, you that. It be simple shit. Y'all literally be trying to convince decent motherfucking people that taking care of your babies, having your shit together, protecting your babies, protecting your neighborhood, and loving on each other, something the fuck wrong with us.
They got offended.
Literally, that's what you motherfuckers trying to convince us. You're being uppity. Oh, bitch, I ain't being uppity because I don't want to fuck a bum-ass nigga. I'm being uppity because I made the decision for my life to not birth children by bum-ass niggas. No, fuck that. I'm up. I'm out. I'm not put on this earth to support your motherfucking degeneracy. You gonna have to stand on your degeneracy on your fucking own. Stand on it.
Right.
So we're literally at the crossroads where the said black community, all this motherfucking activism, all this shit about to be cut out. It's not gonna go on for another 100 years. Cause ain't nobody doing the work around this bitch. Everybody up here pretending. Nobody wants to talk about the real issues and get to the root of it. And the degeneracy is getting worse and worse. Now I'm fucking up. I go in the country, shit. You get my little garden and get me some animals and sit the fuck down. Shit, I don't even have to be on this bitch. I ain't got to be on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, none of this hoe ass shit. I'm up. I'm telling you, that's what it's going to come to. Because nobody owes you their life. Nobody owes you their peace. Nobody has to accept your trauma. Nobody has to accept your poverty ass mindset. You made that bed. You created that reality. You gonna stand on that shit and you gonna stand on it alone.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
And they don't realize they pushing themselves out that voucher program because they ain't the only ones getting them. Because I see Ukrainians here, Japanese. I see implants from California, Florida, Wisconsin. It's all kind of people that's grabbing the vouchers that will now qualify for them because they don't have a history of fucking people shit up. And
exactly.
Even though a vast majority of them are illegal, they were invited by the administration that you voted for.
Sure was.
Just to replace you.
Just to do it.
Since you keep hollering minority, when they get here, they automatically qualify as a minority.
Absolutely.
That is the definition. God damn.
And I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You qualify as a useless eater.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've been taking up space. You've been fucking up since they allegedly and supposedly brought you over here.
Right.
They tired of you begging for shit. They tired of you not producing shit. You don't want to do work, but you want to complain when they bring motherfuckers in that'll gladly do the work that you don't want to do.
And build communities, thriving communities off that said work that your motherfucking ass didn't want to do. As you got the nigga laying on your couch scratching his nuts. But continue.
You claim to be indigenous and have a relationship with mama. But you won't get out there with her. You look down on them being out in nature, doing landscaping, gardening, all that shit. They establishing a relationship with mama. They know how to eat. They done brought their whole fucking culture and everything with them. Everybody that comes here bring their whole goddamn culture. We permit them to have parades, they flags and everything, symbols everywhere. And enjoy that shit.
Yeah.
We go to their little festivals, eat their foods. They sit up talking in their indigenous tongue, talking about your stupid ass. And you just sitting there smiling, stuffing your face, drinking their spirits. It's just all type of fuckery that y'all permit and continue to play the color game. But why do everybody play that color game when they get over in this motherfucker? Motherfuckers talking about they brown people, pale as fuck. But talking about they brown.
Right.
Yellow people, white people, black people, red people, blue people. I mean, you just, everybody a damn color when they get over here, but when they go back home, they got a goddamn culture and nationality and the bloodline and shit that they adhere to. But us, we just accept anything and everything. And wonder how come the ancestors just looking at your dumb ass suffer.
Right. I know Big Mom and them so motherfucking disgusted. They
But
need to
like
raise
who?
up and slap the fuck out of y'all.
They like, who is all these black motherfuckers? Where did all these goddamn black people come from? Where did all these goddamn colors come from? What happened to my bloodline? What the fuck are you doing?
Exactly.
None of that shit that you doing is within your DNA. That is not something that is within you.
Yep.
That's some bullshit you done picked up from outside some goddamn where. You're having nightmares and shit, think you're running from demons, but that's us trying to talk to your dumb ass and wake you the fuck up. And because you watch so much goddamn TV and listen to these motherfuckers telling you that your ancestors is wicked, that you actually motherfucking scared of us and scared of your goddamn self. But you want favor. You want divine favor. And ain't nowhere near that deal frequency.
Not even close.
Sisters. Them babies. You have to take accountability on the choices that you made, the frequencies that you chose to stay in. Making a mistake doesn't end your life. You don't have to be that mistake.
That's right.
Learn from it, rise above it. Prevent your children from going through that. That's a lesson that they shouldn't have to physically or spiritually learn because you went through it.
Exactly.
So everything you do frequency-wise is to keep them above that experience from a frequency aspect. And they can never be there. If energy is everything, it's the frequencies that you entertain.
That's right.
I don't care what society tell you that this supposed to be okay, this, that, or the other, this. A thug motherfucker is where it's at, this, that, or the other. Is that working for society?
Bitches, it's working for you, but continue.
I was just saying it like that, considering they go by everything that society say. They want to do everything they see on social media.
True
they want to do everything they see in the movies. What they hear in the records, they want to emulate that.
What the news told them to do.
Is that working for society?
No.
It's brainwashing.
Programming.
So why do you think it would work for you? It obviously isn't, because you're still looking to society to pull you out of it.
Yep.
And you voluntarily went into it. It takes personal accountability for all of us. Fellas, if you didn't hit like and put all them goddamn hearts on social media for ratchet ass shit, these sisters wouldn't keep doing it. What's the problem? I mean, I can understand being sexual, but what's wrong with being sexual with that right person at the right time? Not for the whole world to see.
Are we posting it? Yeah.
But no, motherfuckers just encourage low vibrational shit.
Yeah, just fuckery.
The whole currency exchange. Motherfuckers will say, bitch, it's been selling pussy forever. Well, that means motherfuckers been paying for it forever. So
True that. True.
So, I mean, it's a give and take thing, and y'all perpetuate it. Sex, by definition, it's commerce.
You could send to the adult.
But if you ain't utilizing that sexual energy to manifest shit, if sex is supposed to be the second most powerful energy behind love, and you ain't manifesting shit behind it, you basically masturbating. I don't care if you masturbate
Ooh,
in her.
shit. Wait a minute. Let me do the explosion. You need to say that shit again. I ain't never heard it put like that. Say that again.
If you're not manifesting anything through sex, you just masturbate, even if it's with another partner. Y'all ain't producing shit from it. Nothing. I mean, you might have a baby.
Broken homes,
about to say
heartache,
that.
trauma, and
Just
poverty.
blindly manifesting, creating babies. That's
right. Might exchange a disease or two, some old low vibrational demons and
Right.
shit.
Your VD, right?
Is that the package?
Yeah,
that's the ultimate take out. Your shit is over.
But you ain't using it to make shit happen.
Nope.
Get protection spells, abundance spells, all type of shit. Even going off into the astral realm through that. You got all type of powers, all types of things you can do to take you to those higher dimensional realms and frequencies. And you choose to stay in the base level of everything that you experience. There's
then
more
turn
to
around
it
and complain.
Right. It's more to it than what you know. It's more powerful than what most people are willing to admit. That's why people are caught up in all these sexual perversions, because it's that powerful. But they utilize it to keep you in those lower frequencies. Stop having sex if you're not ready for what you manifest. If you're having it in low vibrational frequencies, just about everything you manifest is going to be low vibrational.
Yep.
So everything that you're doing, if it's in low vibrational, at a low vibrational frequency, it's all fucked up. When you go out drinking and you're all depressed, this, that, or the other, them the motherfucking demons and spirits that you invite in. Oh, this motherfucker depressed. Oh, he needs somebody to tell him stupid shit.
Facts. Exactly.
And they just get to dropping all type of ideas, because after a motherfucker wake up, don't even realize what happened. What that motherfucker in my head said to do this? What motherfucker in your head? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Possessed
Got drunk.
when they thought they was moving on.
Right, but they was actually possessed. But to the rest of the world, you got drunk, you got behind the wheel, and you killed somebody.
Right. But those be the people that say they can handle their liquor, this, that, and the third. Just like people that say they can fuck anybody, they can handle it. But then you turn around and complain when your situation is fucked up. And then you got the nerve, you got the audacity to want somebody well, I just need a good man and a good woman. What good man, good woman finna fuck with your degenerate, ratchety rat situation? It don't work like that. You stand on that shit. You gonna have, that's where we are, people. You have to stand in your shit. Ain't no bailout. You gotta stand in your choices and your decisions. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Oh, I'm done, sis.
All right. I know we had to get on aunties and uncles and shit. This degeneracy, but I'm telling y'all, we're seeing a split. So this reset, of course, it's all spiritual, but everything spiritual gets brought into the physical realm. And I'm telling you, it's a separation. And the separation is going to be by vibration. So if you're into group thinking, be prepared. You are supposed to be so spiritually grounded and so strong that you're supposed to be able to stand on your own. I keep telling you all that, and I'm telling you that for a reason. Because where we're at now and where it's going, you're going to have to be just that. You have to be willing to stand on your principles, your values, who the fuck you say you are. You have to be willing to stand on that shit on your own. Not be a follower. I don't give a fuck who it is. You have to be willing to stand on your own. So therefore, you have to know who you are. You have to live it. You have to do it. You have to carry it forward. And if you were not fortunate enough to have parents and grandparents in them that taught you those things, you better learn up very, very fucking fast and start doing it for yourself and doing it for your babies to get yourself out of this fuckery. Because on a spiritual level, we're talking about repeating a fucked up cycle for a very long time, a fucked up low vibrational cycle. And what I'm here to tell you is it's going to be a split. Folks ain't for that fuckery. Because, see, I don't have a problem with leaving all this shit behind. Fuck this social media. Fuck all this shit. I don't have a motherfucking problem with that. You better get your house in order. Because people that's actually doing the work from a conscious perspective and doing it on a physical level, they're not going to carry you. They're not going to carry you on their back. It's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is to themselves and to their family, to their legacy. They're breaking legacy curses for their family, not to fucking carry you on your back because you don't have the courage or you too fucking lazy or you simply want to be in degeneracy. That's your right. Be in degeneracy. Go on to live your motherfucking life. I'm cool over here. I'm telling you, get ready. This is what we're seeing. So it's deeper than folks thinking, well, they trying to do this to us. They trying to do that to us. No, in the grand scheme of things, you're making a motherfucking choice. Every conscious and unconscious moment, you make a choice. I'm going to say that again. Every conscious and unconscious moment, you make a choice. And like I said last week, anytime you do something that is not in your best interest, that's not in the best interest of your babies, you're going against your soul. And every time you go against your soul, you're going to fucking lose. This shit ain't hard. We don't need people to come out here and tell you this shit over and over and over and over again. And what we need to do with the community, what we need to do with the community. Clean your own shit up. Simple. You are an adult, clean it up. If you don't want to clean it up, that's your right. That's cool. But you gonna stand on that shit. And you're gonna be accountable for it. All right. So, with that said, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said you should drop a bomb on that, Auntie.
Shit. Why I gotta come out here without my damn scarf? Imagine a motherfucking scarf. And say this shit. That's why I'm not gonna be on YouTube forever going over this shit over and over again, up around the corner, saying it motherfucking different ways. No, it's a time limit with me on this shit too. Shit. All right. So what I wanted to do, fam, is let me see where I want to go with this. I just want to show you all again. We're going to get on the financial side. We're going to start out with information. Shout out to Brother Odel that he had given us about what has been set up with you as a prisoner of war. Okay?
You got that?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. What you say?
Did you get the text from me?
Let me see.
I mean, email.
Oh yeah.
I mean, text. It's text.
Yeah. Let me go to that. I'm sorry, because I was going to go on to another topic. But we'll get into that because I think it's damn it. I thought I shared it to myself. Yeah, I did. Okay, child, I be forgetting.
And then I know,
Go ahead.
Rhonda, if I could still share mine, or if we wanted to wait. I don't know
No,
what
you
we
can
got
share
on.
yours. We'll do Sis Sandra, and then we'll get into yours. Yep, sis, I got your stuff. All right, here we go. Where the hell? All right, there we go. Okay, this from Sis Sandra's source. Hell no, I don't know who you are. Okay, so this is from We Love Trump. So already I'm kind of chuckling.
I know. I just get it.
That's okay. It's all good. We take stuff from everywhere, and you know, we look at it for what it is. Take the information. We know how to use discernment.
Don't want to be on the 3-letter people's radar. You see.
Shit, we already. I know I'm probably personally on there. I know it. They like, I'm tired of this goddamn lady with this scarf. Okay, she didn't remove the scarf a couple of motherfucking weeks. We tired of her. She on the list. Okay,
fuck them, man. What?
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck ever? Because even with that said, they like, well, but you know, she is making sense. Yeah, goddamn it, it's common fucking sense.
Yeah,
Shit.
but they don't want you to make sense. They just want you to
No,
listen.
in their defense, it ain't even about that. It's not about what they want. It don't matter what they want. They understand that I understand that I got common fucking sense.
Yeah, you do.
And nobody has the right to tell me to not have common motherfucking sense, even them. So I'm not going to even put that on them. Ain't nobody tapped me on the motherfucking shoulder and said, bitch, I'm tired of you. Sit down and shut up. It don't work that way. All right. So U.S. files patent for, what is this? What the hell is this?
I think it's called luciferase.
Oh, my
Luciferase. So
Luciferase.
it's giving me Lucifer and polymerase, you know, a PCR test in science.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. Luciferase. The book of Revelations is happening before our very own eyes. The U.S. government has patented a new product that uses luciferase as a bioluminescent material. Okay, I would really like the patent on this to read through.
Yeah, I was looking for the number.
Yeah, maybe we could do that next week, sis. If you find it next week, we'll go through the patent.
I think it's in there because Bill Gates is up there. They showed him.
Let's see if they talk about it. Look closely at the word luciferase As most of you know, Lucifer is another name for the devil. Okay, so I'm going to tell you, I know most of you over here know because we're in grad school over here. Lucifer is really, it's secret society code for light bearer.
Right.
Okay.
He was a light bearer.
Which is just a reflection of the black sun. You got the black sun and you got the other sun. You got Jesus
Yeah.
and you got, but it's the same motherfucker,
It's
different
the same
energy.
shit. Exactly. All right. So the patent was filed by the Department of Homeland Security, and the Lucerus bioluminescent product will be a way to mark people as a way to verify if they had the coochie or not. Yeah. Let's continue.
It's really annoying.
Okay, they do get the patent information, so I have to look that up. They'll have, because they'll go to patent application number. So it hasn't been approved. Wait a minute. Hell no. Yeah, they go to patent application number. So we'll have to look that up. We'll have to look it up and see what's exactly in there. Here's
Polypeptide. Oh no, I just read the polypeptide because that's the part of the polymerase test. So it's just like, and this is gonna get into some stuff that I'm gonna share. It's like the convergence of this science, and then it's these like biblical Sumerian text religious type stuff, but they're merging it with science and
to make the scenario.
So they're encoding fusion proteins containing a secretable luciferase fused to a modified, what did you call it, polypeptide?
Yeah.
Of interest are disclosed. The polypeptide of interest has been modified to remove a native N-terminal secretion sequence and has been replaced by the secretable luciferase. One example of a modified polypeptide of interest is interferon. So what are they saying?
MNRA.
Huh?
Your MNRA DNA.
Got you. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. All right, so this has a biotherapeutic, diagnostics, and quality control application in biotechnological, medical, and veterinarian fields. Method of producing the secretable fusion protein are also disclosed. Okay.
Nisi Poo done dropped the patent.
Huh?
I said Nisi Poo done dropped the patent already.
Oh shit! Now we're gonna have to go to the patent. God damn it! Okay, wait a minute. Previously, Bill Gates was working on a project with MIT which aimed to create invisible ink that acted as a tattoo that will contain medical data. Keeping track of the hoochie coochie remains a major challenge in developing world, and even in many developed countries, paperwork gets lost and parents forget whether their child is up to date. Now a group of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT researchers has developed a novel way to address this problem, embedding the record directly into the skin. Along with the hoochie coochie, a child would be injected with a bit of dye that is invisible to the naked eye but easily seen with a special cell phone filter combined with an app that shines near infrared light onto the skin. The dye would be expected to last up to 5 years. Yeah. The system, which has not been tested in children, would provide a quick and easy access to the hoochie coochie history, avoid the risk of clerical errors, and add little to the cost of risk of procedure, according to the study published Wednesday in Science the medical shit. I'm getting tongue-tied because I'm getting frustrated. This fuckery. All right, we're going to jump to this patent. God damn it. All right, so for the person that asked, this is off of We Love Trump. That's why I chuckled. But shit, they motherfucking source checked out.
Yeah, they did.
It's checked out. So we finna jump over to this patent. Thanks, Nisi Poo. Hold on a second.
And it looks like this barcode right there. They have the picture of it right there.
Okay, I got to pull what Nisi Poo said. Son Scotty, did you want to do your stuff, or you just want us to jump over to the patent?
Yeah, let's jump over to the patent, like, because if needs be, I could just push mine the next week.
Okay, because we still ain't even got to the main topic, but that's okay. That's okay. Y'all know how we
go.
Child,
go with the flow.
Child, show when the fuck is. Child. Woo! Let me bring this up. It's actually a patent, y'all.
Yeah.
Child.
I read a lot of it.
That's what I want to know.
I went into something and read it.
So, yep, this the patent. Okay. Let me do it this way because I'm trying to see where it's more readable.
The dye makes your innards melt, etc. He probably do, because it's if they're changing your mRNA or using that to do it. Matter of fact, I'm sure they're on the hoochie coochie you got, that mRNA is what they're going to use to activate this stuff.
Hold on, what did I say at the top? Produce enhanced luminescence.
Yep.
And you know how we talk about bioluminescence, and we talk about Avatar, and we talk about, the electric
You mean
universe.
your aura? You mean your energy aura? That luminescence?
They're going to attack it, yeah.
Yes, sir.
If you look at the application real quick, they've been doing this since 2014, and it was a prior application before this one was considered.
What's the application you looking at?
No, I'm just saying that the this patent.
Over on the right hand side where it say that it got the application history events.
Right. Yeah. They've been working on this for a minute, and it's a prior patent that they're.
Oh yeah, the 2000.
Oh, look at the 9/11 2014.
Right.
They probably put it in that graphene. The graphene would probably have this already in it. This is what I'm assuming when I think about what they've done.
Okay, so let's get into this. This is the patent, fam. That's the patent number. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Let me record this on my shit, y'all. Because this one I don't want to miss. Just my luck. Be like, what happened to that YouTube video? This, that, and the third. All right. So that's the patent number. Luciferase sequencing utilizing infrared emitting substrates to produce enhanced luminescence. So here's the abstract. Oh, God. Provided herein are isolated polynucleotide encoding modified click beetle luciferase polypeptides that have enhanced luminous and longer wavelength near infrared signals.
Yeah.
Now, the reason my voice is going up on the wavelength near infrared signals because everything on this planet is energy.
Mm-hmm.
Energy can be traced under infrared light.
See, and they expect to scan you.
Wavelengths are frequency.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Wavelengths, depending on the frequency of that quote, quote, wave, it emits a light.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Right.
That's where you get the concept of the chakras. So meaning
a signal.
Huh?
I was about to say, or any type of signal, because you think of like radio waves, waves, satellite rays, infrared ray, like, but yes.
Absolutely.
Light rays, yeah.
Absolutely. So that particular signal gives off a luminous light. So red has a certain frequency tone, the red light.
Wavelength, yeah.
On, up, on, up, on, up, on, up, on, up. Okay? So that's why I kind of my voice kind of went up on that. Okay, so the disclosure.
Hey,
yes, sir.
But infrared, red is the lower chakra.
Yes.
That's them limiting you.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, if
Lucifer, red.
if you've already been shot, you at a low enough frequency for them to be able to monitor you.
That's
absolutely
true. If you're
And to
above
be
that,
honest,
you
that's
don't-
what I think it was about anyway.
It's like a sedative to your system.
Because they've always been using dyes in certain procedures to see what's going on within people's bodies.
True.
They were probably just testing it then. And now they got nanotechnology, everything fully incorporated into it. I think they done finally worked out all the kinks.
Exactly.
But now it's just a matter of if you consent to it, if you consent to exist at that frequency.
I think they already did.
Yeah, if you've already taken it,
yeah,
and the boosters, then yeah, you've already
consented. That's what I'm thinking.
But that's on them. I digress.
Yeah, no, yeah. So the disclosure also relates to near-infrared bioluminescent system that includes said modified click beetle, luciferase, polypeptides, and novel luciferian. Damn, they just threw luciferian in there. They just said, fuck it.
Right. This is
They
what I'm
just said
saying.
straight up, fuck it. I'm tired of trying
This
to
is
hide it.
what I'm
Goddamn
saying.
it.
People cannot see how, like, when we look at this Bible and these, like, Anunnaki Sumerian texts, and they talk about, oh, yeah, this is some religious. This is a religion and a spirituality. Like, no, they give you the breakdown of how they infuse this religion is they science.
Exactly. Let me give you your explosion, son. Yeah, religion is the science.
Yes.
Yeah. So the novel Luciferian derivatives, as well as methods of using modified click beetle luciferase, polypeptides, and bioluminescence system. So, damn it, let me see if I can get these images up. I'm trying to see. Oh, I should have went to the PDF because this is difficult for me to fuck with this thing. Now I gotta see how to move that back over. All right, I can't read these graphs to see what they talking about. So what else are they? Here go the description. Yeah. The present invention relates to an isolated polynucleotide encoding click beetles luciferase variant polypeptides that enhance luminous and produce longer near infrared wavelength. So in common terms, fam, they just talking about controlling frequencies. That's pretty much what they're talking about.
They're using it for tagging you, though. It's not just...
Yeah, and tagging, absolutely. Tagging and ultimately controlling.
Yeah. Everything you do.
The present invention also relates to near-infrared bioluminescent system that includes said click beetle, luciferase, variant polypeptides, and infrared emitting substrates and methods of using said click beetle, luciferase, variant polypeptides, and near-infrared bioluminescent system. So they basically just said the same shit that I done already said. Background: bioluminescence with a longer wavelength and lower, there you go, Brother Sean, lower energy emission is of significant interest both of multiplexing applications with multiple emission colors. See, we know what the fuck we talking about over here.
That's right.
With multiple emission colors and for in-depth tissue imaging where shorter wavelengths tend to be strongly absorbed. Many standard systems for optical imaging have limited utility in whole animal context due to the diminishing transmission of light through biological sample. Light penetration is limited by the absorption coefficient of particular components in blood. God damn, they admitting this?
Yeah, so how real are you? Is your being actually real organic, or is it some already hybrid synthesis stuff? Because there's only so much they can abstract from something that's already original, as opposed to some shit that's already a copy of a copy of a copy.
That's what the fake food's for, to break down your body or your blood, essentially, so they can have more control over it.
I think they're trying to remove the human components.
All that.
It all go back to trying to create the artificial Merkaba, artificial soul. And first of all, if you don't even have one to begin with, how are you trying to create one artificially?
So they're trying to feel what one's like. They're trying to recreate what one's like.
Do y'all not understand when we sit up here and talk about bloodline? When we sit up here and talk about breaking generational curses, building strong families, leaving a legacy for your babies, etc., etc., etc. Do you all not understand that we're not only talking about a physical level, but we're talking ultimately about the spiritual level? These motherfuckers telling you that they want to be able to look at you literally from the physical bloodline side. Strong absorption by hemoglobin and oxygenated hemoglobin. Diminishing transmission and penetration depth of light through blood and animal tissues. Luminous systems that emit light in the, I'm going to say infrared and near infrared regions, and they giving you the specific region amounts, or range rather, allow for optimum imaging due to the minimum absorption of spectrums. So I don't want to lie up upon these people and they motherfucking patent. So maybe I'm not interpreting it correctly. So y'all help me out, co-host tonight. Are they sitting up here telling me, is these people telling me that, yeah, we was trying to track your motherfucking blood. We're trying to track your blood at an energy vibrational / light perspective, bitch. And because you are who you are, we couldn't figure that motherfucking shit out.
Yeah.
We've been taking your blood for a couple of centuries now.
Well, actually,
the plasma, the plates.
When you go to get your family trees from them DNA things, they send that to China. China's been breaking it down for them.
But do I at least have the interpretation correct? Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah. So they can make bioweapons to get rid of you if they want to.
Okay, let's stay focused. Let's stay focused.
Oh, well, okay.
Just don't throw another wrench in there. Let's stick with this blood.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm shut up.
So they trying to track your ass from literally your bloodline. Them, you know what your mama and your dad gave to you via the DNA, and your
Yes.
grandparents gave you via DNA, and so forth and so on.
What is your blood light spectrum?
Exactly.
Because that would make it where you can't be impersonated by somebody else too, you see. That means they'll know you are the one that did it.
Do you not understand? This is tracking your bloodline on spiritual planes.
Yeah.
Do y'all not understand how deep this shit is?
Yeah.
And when we tell
Lovecraft country.
Exactly. This is Lovecraft shit. That's exactly what the fuck this is. And when we sit up here and tell y'all that it's about y'all bloodline and folks want to get a motherfucking attitude with us, that it's about everything else. It's about paperwork. It's about what the government told you. It's about what Brother Shaka Zulu Abdullah fucking told you. And we told you, nigga, it's about your bloodline. And yet, as you've been marching and bullshitting and running around here with the fuckery, they're literally coming up with technology, introducing technology to do what? Track your motherfucking bloodline down to the soul level. But let's continue.
And one thing, Auntie, is at that frequency, they were basically saying their light is allowed to be brighter at that frequency because it's been diminished. Before, the oxygen was blocking it, but now at that frequency, it's passing through it easier without obstruction, so they can see it with their filter.
Right. So meaning in your DNA, in your blood, was so cold with this shit, they could not crack the code of your bloodline. Let me say that for the slow motherfuckers in the back.
They didn't know the frequency, the wavelength.
They didn't know the frequency. They didn't know the wavelength. That's why they always been so fascinated about your blood.
That's what blood drives. It's not really for anything else but to collect your blood.
Yeah, look at what they did with Henrietta Lacks.
Yeah.
So while you've been fucking around with everything else, instead of minding your personal soul business, which is the business of your fucking bloodline, literally, you've been studying everything outside of your motherfucking self. They've been studying you.
Your bloodline.
Trying to crack the code of your bloodline, of your essence, of your soul. Yes, sir.
You can also look at it like this. The people that did accept it had their DNA altered. So they're patented, they're a new creation.
Property.
Yeah.
Yep.
Legally, they have the right to track their property.
Shit.
Oops.
However, they so feet.
Also, with the whole metaverse thing, they just supplied them with a synthetic version of their DNA in order to be put into the AI program.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And they know that they can tap into certain things by amplifying the frequencies. They're keeping it at a palatable frequency that they can still continue to consume the energy.
Right.
Even in the metaverse. And that's also keeping that individual And the reincarnation cycle.
I 1000% agree.
Yep, it's always balancing the scales of this shit. Like Brother Odell was saying when we talked about how the Libra and that little, they put in the little, there was some like weird manipulation in that area. The scales of the shit. Yeah.
This shit is deep. And yeah, I agree with you, Brother Sean. This region, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So that's just basically for the people who went along with the pandemic. You're basically saying your fate sealed. That this is your contract.
Yeah.
That you're looking at. Because
Right.
they
At
have
this
to
point, it's multiple marks to the beast.
because they have to let you know what they're doing beforehand.
Absolutely.
Right up
So
there,
that-
disclosure.
Right. And they're given full disclosure going off into this new era. They know the people that already gave in really ain't going to understand any of this
They're
legal
not going to
use.
understand, right?
And ignorance of the law is no
no
excuse.
right?
We're in the age of knowing. If you're going to enter into a contract, you should fully be aware of everything in that contract if we're in the age of knowing.
Except for they did not give consent. Yeah, you had to sign a consent form. Yeah, you did. I think that's what they said. Yeah, I think it was consent form to sign for this.
So literally, in folks' blood, they couldn't crack the code.
Now they can.
And that ain't gonna be everybody. We done already told you whose code they can crack and whose they can't. And we're not gonna keep going over that because we dancing around with telling you. So peep game. But the point is, they cracked the code for certain people. And it's the code game of it all. They had to introduce a variant / hoochie coochie in order to stop your blood from switching up that code.
Sure.
You always need a control.
Because your code is so cold with it. Oh, you think that's what it is? Surprise. Nope, that ain't either, nigga. I know that's what you saw on that other test. I know that's what you saw in that generation, but nigga, I didn't switch this shit up because I ain't to be played with. But instead of people standing on who they are, who their bloodline is, who your mama and them is, who your daddy and them is, who your big mama and them is, who papa and them is, you said fuck all of that.
You took the mRNA.
You let them crack your code.
Yeah.
Bioluminescence reporter systems have been used extensively in research in animals, yet still suffer from the limitation of diminished tissue penetration. Typical bioluminescence light emission wavelengths occur in regions with limited penetration depth. The idea bioluminescence reporter system in whole animals would benefit greatly from bright light emissions in the rain. And they giving ranges and all. While numerous bioluminescence systems have been modified to shift visible light emission towards the red. See, we know what the fuck we talking about over here. So ain't they saying that they shifting the frequency to red, and we know that the red frequency is at the lower frequency scale.
Yeah.
They're emitting to lower the frequency on purpose.
Yeah, that's why they're getting so strange acting.
So do you not understand just with this right here, what they are telling you is in your blood, it was automatically set up to vibrate at a higher frequency. That's at your blood level. They couldn't crack the code at a higher frequency. So all these years we've been sitting up here telling you to get yourself out of it, that it's about you, your bloodline, and raising your consciousness / your vibration. And yet here they telling you how they were able to crack bloodline codes to look at the blood under infrared light. They had to do it at a lower vibrational level. None have achieved a strong red emission to overlap significantly with the critical optical window of blood transmittance. Okay, so they're claiming that they still haven't gotten to the point where they can totally crack it. Previously, approaches for molecule imaging in vivo include quantum dot conjugates that luminous by bioluminous resonance. I can't make this shit up. Resonance energy transfer in the absence of external excitation.
So transferase is a molecule protein, and luciferase.
You can cut all them motherfucking fancy words. Fuck all of that. You telling me that luminates by bioluminous resonance energy transfer. They're fucking telling you what they're doing.
Transfer it up.
All chakras
Like your
open.
black sun right there too. That's like your black sun, because that's a coil. For it to resonate at a certain frequency to transmit energy, you have to have each coil or each transmitter be the same to resonate.
Literally, all your chakras are open. You created your own fusion, your own sun.
But they're telling you they're overriding all of that.
Exactly.
That's basically what they're telling you. They're telling you that spin when we were talking to y'all about chakras and energy, and that how you tune your spiritual body. There is a wavelength light that you naturally omit. And once that's put under infrared, that they pretty much know what frequency you're vibrating at. That you control your Merkaba, because that's what that is, your Merkaba / aura. What they're telling you is, we can now crack that code.
Yeah, because they put enzymes in that can transfer the molecules and the functional groups.
If you consent to us manipulating you in such a way that allows us to crack it. Because for the everyday motherfucker, or not everyday, but for the ones who ain't consenting, they can't crack it. They already said that. But you have to consent some way. Like a vampire in the blood, you have to invite them into your shit for them to even get a semblance of cracking it.
And it has to be full consent too. I don't think they can, well, I think that they didn't give total consent. And you have to give total consent for this kind of stuff. At least I think.
I don't think they cracked it.
No.
Yeah, because up above they said a strong red emission to overlap significantly. Well, in one of those parts they said a little bit.
Yeah, I heard him.
Yeah, because the everyday person ain't going to think, oh, let me take the hoochie coochie and just give up my whole soul. So it's only...
They didn't even put the ingredients.
Made my motherfucking inner ear itch. Go ahead, brother.
They didn't
say what you was about to say. Shit. What was you going to say?
I was going to say that they didn't even tell you the ingredients in the coochie bottles. They didn't even tell the pharmacist what the ingredients were.
And that may be true, but people didn't motherfucking ask either, did they?
No, but they have to get full disclosure.
Again, no. People didn't ask either. Matter of fact, we got plumb cussed the fuck out, and we was like, well, what's in that? Bitch, what you asking for?
Yeah, I might ask.
But in alchemy, it do work both ways.
Whatever.
You got to get full consent and full disclosure for it to really take effect.
Yeah, you do. You have to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I'm just going to say this before you start. You have to just lower your frequency enough so that it does take over, because that's consent. You basically had to lower your frequency to accept their bullshit.
That's true, because that's on the frequency of their technology. You're absolutely right. And that ain't hard to do. That ain't hard to do.
Yeah, so that's how they can make zombies. But we see so many zombie stories. You can't control the type of zombie. That's how you make a little bit of consent gonna give you a zombie, but full consent gonna give you a whole motherfucker you can control and siphon off their whole bloodline.
Was that the Z? War Z? Yeah, that movie War Z, where they made all those zombies.
Right. But we have to think of it in terms of, I don't even want y'all to be honest thinking about it in terms of the walking zombies. I want you to think of it in terms of a hard reset. You're trapping your bloodline for slavery 2.0. That's what the level I want y'all to fucking think.
That's what they're doing.
Think on. Because when I talk about it's about you and your bloodline, I meant that shit. I stand on that shit. The decisions that you are making now is not only for this physical realm, but it's across multiple realms, across multiple fucking lifetimes.
Yeah.
Generational.
It's generational. Absolutely.
It's soul reaping. They're reaping the souls.
Soul energy.
I'm sorry, Brother Sean. Go ahead. I promise. Let Brother Sean get it in.
They haven't cracked anything. If we're no longer in that whole third dimensional vibe, and all these solar flares and all these events have been upgrading our DNA, etc., etc. Looking at the timelines that this shit is based on and the information that they're telling you, if you consented already, they got this for you. And they can only monitor things that are within these certain parameters.
Absolutely.
Where they can control the experiment.
Yeah. Agreed.
They don't have whole control of shit. Again, they're seeking consent.
Exactly.
They want you to put your energy into this and accept this new script that they've written. They want you to make this a reality so that you can sit up and say, see, I was right. That you went right along with the program.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if we are not the authors of these things, of these creations, they ain't ours.
Absolutely.
So giving in to them, giving this shit power, knowing that you don't fit in that demographic, which they've clearly pointed out, that they want to be able to track and know who has it and who don't.
Right.
That just lets them know who they can control.
That's so true.
Who's compliant.
That's true.
If you're vibrating at a frequency higher than they program, they can't see you anyway.
Exactly.
They don't know where the fuck you at. So at this point, all they worried about is their property. they can't fuck with you. But if you agree to come back, then they didn't already let you know what they got for you. When you agree to go back, you've consented. What people have to realize, when you call yourself coming off into this knowledge and I'm lifting the veil, responsibility comes with that shit.
That's right.
You can't just look at the information and then go back to your regular low vibrational existence.
Back to sleep.
That's where you fuck up at. You're supposed to be able to go beyond this shit and not fall off into it.
That's right.
And see that it's the same script over and over again. But they already told you that what they're setting up for is AI in the metaverse. And all of this shit, as far as for this bioluminescence, this, that, or the other, all and the information from within it can be fed into AI.
Come on with it now.
They don't need your physical body anymore. They have the very essence, which we keep telling y'all all the time, to go within. They're finally to the point where they like, fuck it. Y'all still focusing on the physical, the external. Motherfuckers been told to go within. Considering y'all won't go within, maybe we should shift our game and quit focusing on the external, and it's time for us to go within. Since they won't, since that's where the power source is at. Since that's where the whole control module and everything is, since that's where the Akashic records and all the information to everything that was and ever will be is within, motherfuckers. It's too lazy to go within and get it. I'm going to go within and I'm going to control this shit and I'm going to feed off of your dumb ass forever.
Yep.
And ever and ever. You're going to constantly break me off my ends.
Yep.
And the reason they call it ends, because it ends this particular business negotiation.
Ooh.
Hey.
Let me bomb on that. Shit. Any questions?
Been that hot fire.
Any questions? And they so cold with the shit. They giving you the motherfucking range and everything. All right, how much more of this we gonna need to read? Yeah, whatever. So they're saying, therefore, there is a need in small animal optical imaging application for longer wavelength and lower energy emitting near infrared bioluminescent system that will make it possible to detect signals from deep tissue where standard near infrared bioluminescent systems, and they give you the range again, tend to be strongly absorbed.
Auntie.
Yes, sir. I'm not reading the rest of it.
From my understanding, I believe too, they're building another Wi-Fi, like a LiDAR, where they're going to use the right frequencies to start transmitting what would be called your Wi-Fi technically. So if this is now in your bloodstream, it's technically going to be light responsive, and then they have their light Wi-Fi. Isn't that where they're now basically can upgrade your body, downgrade your body? AI technically knows what's going on because they have that ability to now pierce through your skin and actually see what's going on internally.
Right.
And it's beyond the 5G tower technology of the traditional satellites that people think. It's like, like how we know in this community, the terraforming of this realm in the earth, like, no, like all these realms that we learned about in the dome and all these noble gases and all this stuff in these realms and stuff, like it's already, like we say, like, oh, when they say it's happening now, no, it's been happening forever. Like, no, it's already been terraformed to the into the astral realms. Like when Myronda say like, oh, you gotta protect yourself even when you in the astral realm. Brother Sean saying like, no, it's war happening in these realms. Yeah, because they then already terraformed and manipulated these other realms and shit that we naturally have access to, but we don't even really know. Sometimes motherfuckers just go to sleep and like, oh shit, why the fuck I'm going to war and shit? Like, oh, you didn't know that, yeah, they didn't already terraform these other realms, satellites, constellations of satellites, and like we said, infrared rays, signals, all type of signals and frequencies. When you think of light, we think of something that's flashing or something that can be seen, pulses of light, but like there are so many levels of frequencies that you can be affected by. And they didn't already tapped into the motherfuckers. Agreed. And because even on the like religions and the spiritual level where they tell you to think of the spiritual body, the spiritual man, and this and that, like they still don't even really believe in that. And that's across the board. Motherfuckers will swear by the spiritual body, but don't really believe in that.
They don't really believe because they don't practice it.
Yeah, but you have it. They can't get to it unless you let them.
So yeah, this takes it to another level, fam. And this pretty much confirmed my Annie rant beforehand about separation. This is at the essence soul level. This shit is deep. It's deep. And just skimming through this patent, I ain't seen yet what these motherfuckers tell you what it's going to be applied to. Because usually they at least try to give you some consideration in these patents to say, yeah, we can use that for this. I ain't heard motherfuckers say it can be used for this. Purred.
The most you can get out of it is going to be used for cattle, because they keep mentioning
for controlling the cattle, cattle property.
That's what they keep.
So you can't do nothing.
Right, and I'm not supposed to understand that if you could control the animals down to that blood level, that you ain't finna use it on people.
No, you're not. No. It's just
you are the cattle.
Just for the animal.
They have the people as the chattel property.
Yeah, fam. This shit is a wrap. Like we've been telling y'all, this is a major big reset going on right before our very eyes, and you are a witness to it.
I thought you may be interested in that.
Thank you, sis. Very much so. This shit is deep, and you have to make. You have to make some serious decisions.
Don't listen to them. Ain't nothing free from the government.
Yeah, so Midnight Decipher, like that liquid bot on the Matrix is real. And I was just trying to break down just like the title of this shit, luciferase sequencing, utilizing infrared emitting substrates to produce enhanced luminescence. So like the only thing that I really didn't know was substrates. And I'm like, substrates, what do they mean emphasizing substrates? So then I just look up substrates and it says ground substance is an amorphous gel-like substance in extracellular space that contains all components of the extracellular matrix, except for fibrous material such as collagen and elastin. Ground substance is active in the development, movement, and proliferation of tissues, as well as their metabolism.
Well, they have to put the gel in you to get the graphene in you, because the graphene has to get in via the gel. That's what they're telling you. So when they put that graphene in it, they have to find a way to get it through the cells of the body, like the blood-brain barrier.
But in Midnight, and thank you for that scientific medical breakdown, sis. But in Midnight's description, That is the liquid bot on the Matrix, right? Ain't that what that describing? He's right.
Yeah. And we talk about being cattle. It's literally your movement, your tissues, and your metabolism.
Exactly.
So they can hit you, and we talk about the light spectrum. That's the root chakra right there.
Exactly.
That's the red zone right there.
Exactly.
Right.
That's the survival. Exactly.
That means they can turn you off. Because they can turn you off.
And so Sis Alicia says, we chose to be here to see it too. Absolutely we do. We do. We do when we did. Absolutely. I'm in agreement with that. And not only just to see it, but to correct some things.
Something we're here to do.
Exactly, because I could see this shit from another plane personally. Goddamn it, shit. I ain't gotta be in this motherfucking hellhole to just observe.
No.
So obviously, I'm here for a purpose. But yes, you're absolutely right, sis. So there you have it, fam. I straight didn't expect this. Thank you, Sis Sandra. I didn't even expect this. This is deep to me, but this is confirming what we've been telling y'all, that this reset is huge. It's on every level, and it's on multiple planes of existence.
And it's happening in front of our faces.
It's happening in front of our faces, and it's connected not only to you, but to your bloodline. We told you that. We've been telling you that. It's to your future bloodlines.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Nisi Poo saying something about mosquitoes. The jail is inserted through the mosquitoes.
Yeah, they had some. I heard about.
You know, mosquitoes don't even fuck with me no more. They stopped fucking with me a minute ago.
I think whatever reflection stopped.
Yeah, and she had mentioned the mosquitoes and the flies, and you remember in Westworld how they had used them to
remember them
affect a certain
motherfucking
type
flies? Yeah, I remember them flies in Westworld. Why them bitches was out tough this summer? And I was looking at them like, bitch, I kill you. Straight poison you. You come this
And
way,
so
I'm going
we
to
already know how they
switch
got
my
the
shit up
flies
and
and
poison
bugs.
you.
Auntie,
Yes, sir.
it's been publicly known that I think Bill Gates has released genetically modified mosquitoes.
Yeah, I heard about it.
So
too.
we're
Yeah.
talking now about them injecting stuff and getting bio whatever. That's the perfectly way for them to do that.
That's why, fam, you got to do that work, that inner work, and get on a higher frequency. This shit ain't no joke no more. It never was a joke to begin with. We've been telling y'all for years that it's about self. It's about where your consciousness is, i.e. your frequency. We've been telling y'all that shit for years. We've been telling you that once you operate at a higher frequency, they can't fuck with you. Matter of fact, if you vibrate high enough, they can't even see you. And in order to be a creator and in creation mode, you have to be in a higher frequency. Now you have this. And the only way you escaping this is, again, you got to get on a totally higher frequency. That's the only way you're going to make it out of this. And in order to do that, it does take serious work. But it is what it is. All right, y'all. Shit, my inner ear is itching. This just too much. It's just too much.
I read it and I said, "Oh,
I wasn't
my
expecting
God.
this. This is too much. It's too
Pass it
much.
around."
Shit, it's too much. All right, I'm gonna stop here tonight. Son Scotty,
Yes.
we go over your stuff next week, and we still haven't even gotten to the main topic.
For sure.
All right, fam. We're gonna go around for last
I was
words.
gonna say thank you, Nisi Poo, for finding the.
Thank you, Nisi Poo.
On that.
I can't. I wasn't ready. I ain't
Even with all the
babies.
You be coming through with the links and the sources.
Yeah, I wasn't ready though, y'all. I'm not finna lie. My whole body is scratching, so I'm gonna have to wrap this shit on up. My motherfucking nerves then got re bad. Whew. Okay. Nephew New, why you got any last words for the family?
I'm just coming to the realization how important it is to do actually the self-work, because what I'm coming to, as we realize money is fake. So then we're going to work, fake money, and you realize, hold on, the money that we're going to work solely for them to extract our soul energy. So realistically, all this is really for our soul energy. It's not the money we have. It's not where you live. All that is just, as you would say, the distraction. You could say, oh, I have this, I have that. But what did you have to give up to get it? I realize if you want to have big fame and all that, exactly that, you have to give yourself, but you're not doing your soul energy, your soul work, which is what you're supposed to be doing. So what's most important is take the sacrifice necessary to be where you should be. Again, we're not supposed to be liked. I realize we're not supposed to be favored by everyone. We're going to have our enemies. And as I could say, if money is fake and it's not real and it's about our soul energy, we're not supposed to be rich either. Because again, we're going to have to sacrifice certain things to be in those positions, to make certain contracts. Again, you can be in that position if you want to, but if you're doing this for your generational benefit, then like you got to not do it for the money. You got to do it for the children. You got to do it for correcting the curse, because that's how they've been tying us into this perpetual curse. Is simply say, oh, well, you're going to lose out. Mama Nature is going to provide for you. So come do this contract for us. And then you lose out again. You don't provide, you may provide money for your children, but you're not physically there. And what I've learned by having homeschooled my son is that the little things matter. Being able to give him the insight on what to do next or how to perceive a situation that if he was left to, let's say, the school system, one, they would have never taught it to him. And two, they would have made it perceive, they would have left him in a fear state of mind that his benefit was only going to come through their perception or their world. Go get a good job, go to school, do those things, and then you'll be someone in society. But then we know doing those things will strip you from your sole purpose in this world or what you should have been doing. If our ancestors didn't have jobs, our ancestors didn't need to go to work, our ancestors didn't need to pay to live. So what were they tapped in on? What were they allowed to do with their mind spectrum that we're being forced not to be allowed to do? Because when I go to work, I'm like, I don't really want to be here. I wish I didn't have to be here. I wish I could tap in on my own frequency, but we're being forced to live out this chapter, this story. So it's just, as I say, we got to do what we can to survive this chapter of history, but at the same time, we got to let go of all the baggage and the hoarding of things that are not beneficial to our journey. So with that, give thanks to the fam. And to Rhonda, thank you for letting me be here every time I can. Sis Sandra, I love the fact that you're growing on your journey. You're tapping in on so many levels, bringing us information that we would never came across unless you were able to see it from the frequency that you're seeing things from now. Thank you for that. Uncle Sean, thank you for bringing that male energy to allow us to see the way we should be walking in our perspective. A lot of males don't have that guidance to see it from that perspective. I know a lot of bum men that think that they're like us, but when we come to really check them, they don't have that drive, they don't have that character, and they're making our names, they're making the indigenous males look bad from the perspective of the females are allowing them to be in their lives, but they're not carrying the weight that they should of uplifting the female. As you said before, they need to bow to their knees and give thanks to the divine feminine, and a lot of them have a hard time doing that. So thank you for bringing that forward and making us know what's really the point and focus that we should be doing. So with that, family, thank you, give thanks, and we'll see you guys next week.
Thank you, nephew. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. Let me give you your round of applause. Thank you for that. That was beautifully said. So thank you so much, nephew. Thank you. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, you know, I'll just say something that's like a tie from this show to the next one, because we kind of talked about like DNA and bloodline, and you know, on the one hand, motherfuckers do not realize the importance of that, and they consent to so much shit of that doesn't benefit them in the long run. They pass on generational traumas and shit. They do not confront them. They don't take accountability for their own shit that they putting forward. And then on the other hand, motherfuckers realize your DNA, your bloodline is so hella important. They got patents out here. They doing tests on this motherfucker. They trying to crack the code on this bitch. Because that's something that you just giving up so fucking freely allows them to do the fuck shit that they do in this realm, allows them to stay here and siphon that energy off of you that you don't even know that you have. And so that's the realm that we live in, and people want it to be so straightforward, but it's a paradox. It will fuck up your mind. It's this and that at the same time. Like, you cannot just trap yourself in the limitations of all these doctrines and bullshit, because like, even if you don't even know what's special inside you, if you could just like know how many motherfuckers is dependent on you to be here and just manifest and do the shit that they do, you would take another glance at yourself and take accountability and try to, you know, really be the custodian of this realm that you're supposed to be, instead of just silently, blindly, freely consenting to low vibrational lives and passing that on to other people and contributing to the collective low vibration. It's like you're doing a lot of work silently that you don't even know that you're doing. And so, yeah, I love y'all. I ain't been here in a minute, and it just feels like such like family, you know, the family reunion and shit. Like,
right.
I have a small family, but still, like, I know the idea of it and stuff. Like, and the fact that I can come here, my Rhonda, sis Sandra, brother Sean, brother Nuwa, sis Tamika in the chat, like everybody in the chat, everything is like, you know, I work in like technology, and you know, all the time technology, everybody is going to complain because shit ain't going to go the way it's supposed to go. It ain't going to go the way it's supposed to go. But like, they teach you, like, in the back of your mind, this is only a small percentage of people that's probably complaining, because for the most part, it probably is going the way it's supposed to go. But because we face with the image of the negativity all the time, we get programmed with the negativity and we end up projecting that.
Right.
And so that's another thing in this community we got to realize. We focused on this because we have the bird eyes view. We see the perspective, micro, macro, esoteric, regular type shit. We see that. And, you know, the regular person, they might not see that, but what we're doing going to go a long way. And so, yes, I love you guys. See you next week. Yeah, I'm about to get up out of here.
Okay, love you too, son. It's great having you on the panel tonight. Woo, child. So we'll get into what you got for the fam next week. Woo, child. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the fam?
I'm just going to say we have to stay family. We have to protect our families. We have to protect our children. The children are their targets. And we need to make sure we tell our children what's not to do so they don't go out there and do things to consent, because they're not asking adults anymore to sign consent slips. They don't care. You just have to teach your children what not to do. And you can do that by training them that your family that you have to unit you have is their family and not them people out there in the streets. So I'm just saying, protect your babies, protect the children, protect other people's children.
That's right.
Because we need to make sure the children survive this perverse generation. This is a perverse generation. They're crazy. And they want everybody to do things that is not moral. So we need to teach our children. I raised you. Who you listening to?
Exactly.
You don't go out there and listen to anybody else. If you want to do that, then you take care of yourself. But right now I'm raising you. You stay here and listen to me.
That's right.
I'm the big mom.
That's right.
So we need to make sure when our children go out, they understand they do nothing without talking to you first. Nothing. I don't care if the teacher telling, the preacher, the deacon, I don't care. You are their parent and you must protect their innocence.
That's right.
And with that, I say have a good night. I enjoyed every last one of you. I enjoy your wisdom. I enjoy your participation, and I enjoy your kindness and your love towards me. Thank you.
Oh, sis finna make me cry. Thank you, sis Sandra. Thank you. That was so beautiful. Spoken just like a mama. Thank you, sis Sandra, and thank you for this article. I'm literally scratching. That's why I got to get up off the air and get my motherfucking nerves together.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, unevenly yoked. That's the reason it's such a problem with the divine feminine. Motherfuckers don't know how to be that divine masculine.
Oop.
So they lash out. They belittle. They put down. They curse themselves.
Yep.
By not respecting the divine feminine aspect of all that we encounter. We're in the womb.
Yep.
The very essence, nature, and everything of the womb is feminine. Divine feminine. It's a portal to dimensions that you don't get to any other way. I don't understand what the problem is. If you're at that frequency, being the divine masculine that you're supposed to be, there's no problems with the divine feminine in any way, shape, or form. It's that simple. You keep trying to make everything complicated.
Yep.
And explain shit in third dimensional terms that have no description. Divinity is the reason for all that is in existence. The part you play in that is determined by your frequency. Nobody else's. The blame has to stop as time beyond time to accept personal accountability and personal responsibility that goes along with being divine. If you ain't putting in that work, you're not divine. Accept that. You've accepted the lesser program, and that's okay. It was created for that. If that's the experience that you enjoy and the frequency that you choose to exist in, you have that right. I don't hold that against you. But what I do hold against you is your attack on divinity.
Come on with it now.
The divinity on a whole. Because you're disrespecting yourself. And first and foremost, you're disrespecting the very essence and nature of everything that you enjoy. You put the divine feminine down. You enjoy her at her lowest state.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not divine enough to enjoy her in her true divinity. Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
I gotta give a bomb on this shit.
Love you, Uncle.
Shit. Y'all gonna have to rewind that, because when you said, you know, if you can't, well, how did you put it? It was just so eloquent. You said you are not divine if you're not putting in the work.
Sideliners.
Felt
That's
that
simple.
shit. And it is that simple. Either you're vibrating at the proper frequency to be in tune with the planet, to make shit happen, therefore you are a creator, or you ain't. And that's fine if you ain't, like he said, eloquently said. We cool with that too. But what we got a problem with is you misusing and trying to block the planet and everyone else that's vibrating at the frequency from doing what we need to do. And it's just not going to happen. We're done. And that's where the separation comes into play. And that's why we're telling you, fam, those of you that have elevated your game, you didn't put in the work, you're still putting in work, you sick and tired of being sick and tired, you don't owe nobody no motherfucking explanation, none of that. Do what you need to do. Start cutting the motherfucking ties. Shit. What's that new term I heard? Not my brother-in-law, but my ex-brother-in-law's brother, because we all still cool. We all still family. Say shit. Either glide or slide. I hollered. He's threatening somebody to my glide or slide. I said, motherfucker, I'm finna slide to the left. But nonetheless, goddamn it, either glide or slide. No more being held hostage. Fam, you have permission. You do what you need to do. They've made their choice. They gotta stand in that shit. You make yours, stand in yours, and keep it fucking moving. Ain't nobody going back to this low vibrational hell shit. We done had the experiment. We done did what we needed to do. Came and did what we needed to do. Set shit straight the way we needed to set it straight, and we up. Shit. Simple as that. I agree, Sis Nonya. That's a very good point. You are not divine if you looking away from self either. all of these African Egypt focused gods, please.
Right now.
We ain't giving nobody no motherfucking passes with that fuckery. You all being called out and we up.
You know, we're doing our job on this blog talk.
Yeah, we're doing the job cleaning up our motherfucking block, and I be goddamn if you come on my street and litter and bring roaches and bed bugs. I told you I don't fuck with roaches and bed bugs. I done told you that. You're not bringing that fuckery over here, your trash, none of that. Nah, my block is clean, motherfucker. We put the work in.
Yeah, we do.
Nobody gets a pass. We done. Go on and live your delusional, low vibrational ass life. I wish you well, a happy motherfucking life. We up. We done. But very good point, sis. So shout out to Brother Sean and give him his hand clap. Unc putting out that work tonight. So it's appreciated. Also, just shout out to the YouTube chat. Y'all be dropping bombs. Y'all be putting in a lot of information and so appreciated. So, fam, shit, it ain't no more I need to say. I done auntied kind of all night, and plus I'm scratching on this last information, so I got to get the hell up out of here. We'll be back next week. We still got shit to go over, so we still ain't done. It still ain't even got to the main topic of what we supposed to get to, but that's okay. I know that's how this grows organically. So fam, y'all already know what it is. We're at the part now in this regularly scheduled program called Life, where you don't owe anybody any explanation outside of self and your bloodline. Do what you need to do for you. Hopefully at this point you understand what your contract was for you to cycle back in this realm. Go on and do you. You have every right to be free. You have every right to live in peace. You have every right to live in abundance. You have every right to live in wealth. You have every right to be loved and to love. That is your right by birthright. You don't have to allow anyone to take that away from you. You don't have to ask for it. You don't have to beg for it. Live it. And apologize to no one for it. Stand on it. So with that said, we're going to get up out of here, fam. We love you all very much. We appreciate you all for rocking with us. I know we be around the corner, up the block, down the street type shit. You never know where we going to end up on these shows. So love you all very much to the YouTube fam. Love my host and hostesses or hostess, Sis Sandra. Love you all very much. So we're going to be back next week, fam. Hopefully my schedule get a little better and I can drop another podcast. I know I'm behind on that stuff as well. So 16 timelines, huh, Brother Sean? We're going to have to talk about that, Brother Sean. We may have to do something on timelines. Yeah, I think we're going to have to do something on timelines. Yeah, we're going to have to do something on that. So, with that said, fam, we finna be out. We are Truth UnCompromised. Peace and love, fam. Love y'all very much.
Peace and love. Good night. Good night, Brother Scott.
Yes,